Chapter 2668. Who would speak like that at someone else's wedding? Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Qingqing was beaten up by the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress, Dong Huang, Purple Firmament, Heavenly Emperor, and the rest. That time, the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was almost beaten to death at the wedding. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were married, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Green Firmament was beaten up. This incident was a joke in the Heaven Imperial Court back then. It would definitely be a good show if such a person went up against Xue Leihan now. Of course, it's foreseeable. The beautiful woman in white laughed. The Demon Empress frowned in surprise. Ning, where's your jade pendant? Isn't it right here? Yao Ningning habitually touched her own neck and removed the jade pendant from her neck. Then she cried out in shock, "This isn't my jade pendant. Whose jade pendant is this? Where's my jade pendant? What's going on?" It was a piece of jade that was bright and clear. It must be something good. Even a blind person could see that. But it wasn't her original jade pendant. Although the shape of this jade pendant was similar to her own, it actually had Dong Huang Xue Leihan's name on it, as well as that familiar pressure of heaven and earth, Dong Huang's divine consciousness. So, no matter how she judged it, this definitely wasn't her original jade pendant. Yao Ningning was confused at this moment. What's going on? What's going on? Why did this jade pendant change? You idiot! The Demon Empress glared and wanted to scold her son, but she didn't finish. She roared. You didn't even know that your own jade pendant had been swapped. You only know now when I ask. Tell me, what else can you do? This is something that's hanging around your neck. Why don't you have your head hanging off your neck too? Demon Empress looked confused, her eyes full of grievance. The beautiful woman in white persuaded her at the right time. Sister, you're going overboard. It's Dong Huang who did it, not to mention Ning. Even if it was me, I might not be able to detect it. Not to mention Ning. Yes, and he is right. That jade pendant was obviously taken away by Dong Huang. With his skills, what can I do if he wants to take something from me? Would I be able to guard against it? However, in the face of her furious mother, even with the help of the auntie, Yao Tai could only lower her head and admit her mistake. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost the jade pendant you gave me. I should have fought back. Fight to the death, even if it's Dong Huang, even if I know I'm no match for him. I'll still protect my jade pendant with all my might. The Demon Empress rolled her eyes, speechlessly. Don't make me angry here. Get out. Yao Ningning felt as if he had been pardoned. He rolled and crawled out of the wilderness. When she reached the door, she remembered and asked, Imperial Mother, then this jade pendant, should we throw it away? Throw it away? What are you thinking about? The Demon Empress roared. That is the amulet that your uncle Dong Huang made for you. It's a rare treasure in the entire Heaven Palace, and you want to throw it away. You actually said you wanted to throw it away? I'm not throwing. I'm just kidding. Yao Ningning was scared out of her wits. He turned around and ran away. Can't I worship him like an ancestor? This little rascal. The Demon Empress roared for a while and suddenly laughed herself. Say it. Why did I raise such a heartless son? He's so worrisome. The beautiful woman in white pursed her lips and smiled. This topic was really not good to talk about. You can scold your own son however you want. But if others say anything bad about him, you'll immediately fight to the death. I'm not annoying, then. The Demon Empress took out a jade pendant and roared, Xue Leihan! What do you want to do with my jade pendant? Taking it without telling is called a thief. I didn't expect you, the great Dong Huang, to do such a thing. The jade pendant that Dong Huang took away and the jade pendant in the Demon Empress' hand now had the Demon Empress' own divine consciousness. Naturally, they could communicate instantly. At this time, Xue Leihan in the East Royal Heavens was drinking tea with Mo Qingqing. Suddenly, he felt the jade pendant on his chest vibrate, transmitting a message. Xue Leihan shook his head and smiled. He said helplessly, "Women, women. It's only been a few days, and you're already sending messages to talk to me. Sigh, how annoying." Hearing that, Mo Qingqing's face turned pale. She looked at Xue Leihan blissfully as he took out the Demon Empress jade pendant. A certain someone shook his head and checked the messages from the other side. Although he was anxious, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but be furious. He said angrily, "Put down the jade pendant if you find it annoying." "I don't find it annoying. I'm happy to listen." "Why should I?" Xue Leihan looked at him in surprise. "This is a private conversation between the two of us. Why are you interfering? It's my business if I find it annoying. So what if you're happy to listen? Don't you know that you can't bully your friend's wife? As a celestial emperor, even if you're past your prime, you can't be so despicable." Mo Qingqing smashed the teacup in her hand into pieces. She had nowhere to vent her anger. At this time, Xue Leihan had already finished listening to the Demon Empress roar. His heart couldn't help but twitch. He instantly felt his legs go soft. But when he turned his head, his expression didn't change. He shook his head lightly and smiled helplessly. Mo Qingqing's curiosity was indeed aroused. What did she say? Xue Leihan smiled bitterly and said, "I thought it was something important. If you want to know, there's no harm in telling you. She just asked me what I ate this morning." Sigh, this woman's thoughts really make one speechless. Mo Qingqing was dumbfounded. She was full of displeasure but couldn't say anything. "Say, brother Mo, we're both celestial emperors of our generation. How can we make things difficult for ourselves when it comes to food and drink?" Xue Leihan had a helpless look on his face. Women, women, I really don't know what they're thinking about every day. Are they really that bored? If they miss me, they can just say that they miss me. Is there a need to talk about such a nonsensical topic? Mo Qingqing's face turned green. All right, let's ignore her. Come, brother Mo, where were we just now?" Xue Leihan put the jade pendant away with an indifferent expression. "I forgot." Mo Qingqing looked dejected. Looking at Xue Leihan's smug face, she suddenly felt powerless. Damn it, where were we just now? What the fuck do I have to talk to you about? I'm going to take a look at the army's training now. This can't be delayed. Mo Qingqing stood up dejectedly and walked out. She really didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Take care, brother Mo. It's been hard on you, brother Mo. I'm counting on you. Xue Leihan watched Mo Qingqing walk out proudly. After making sure that she was far away, he immediately took out the jade pendant impatiently. "Xin, listen to me. I didn't mean to ignore you just now. This is what happened. You have to listen to me. There's a reason for this." Dong Huang looked anxious. From the jade pendant came the roar of the Demon Empress. Xue Leihan was sweating profusely. He lowered his voice and said, Calm down. I really didn't mean to. Yes, it's my fault. It's you're angry? Of course you should be. If I were you, I would be angry too. What's wrong with this? Don't worry. You can't blame me for this. You don't know how infuriating this Mo Qingqing is. He actually said that you're old and wrinkled. I was just angry. This bastard. How could he say that? I was angry at that time. Didn't I just finish arguing with him? If you were in front of me, I wouldn't be so nosy. You know my ex, I can't bear to see others say anything bad about you. Moreover, Mo Qingqing went overboard. After the explanation, Dong Huang was sweating profusely, but his whole body relaxed. He put the jade pendant back and actually crossed his legs again. Mo Qingqing, you're finished, ha ha ha. He actually hummed a little tune. Xue Qi, who had been listening in the room behind him, spat in disdain. Fuck, he's too shameless in order to deal with his love rival. He actually started to slander. Are you still Dong Huang? Don't tell others that you know me. I can't afford to lose face. I really feel bad for Mo Qingqing. To have met such a love rival, just as he was cursing in his heart. Xue Leihan walked in with a happy face. When he saw Xue Qi, he immediately flew into a rage. Why? What's with that expression on your face? You seem to be very disapproving of it? Facing his brother's ferocious look, Xue Qi hurriedly smiled apologetically. No way. My big brother is wise and honorable. He's in love with my sister-in-law. That Mo Qingqing is just a troublemaker. She's too rude. To think that he used to be a celestial emperor. He actually doesn't know that he shouldn't covet his friend's wife. I really despise him from the bottom of my heart. Xue Leihan nodded sanctimoniously. You can be so righteous. My years of teaching have not been in vain. I'm very comforted. Remember to work harder and continue to promote it. Do you understand? With his hands behind his back, he walked away. Xue Qi smiled apologetically. Watching his brother's back disappear into the distance, he finally spat and muttered, Fuck, if I were to learn from you like this, I'm afraid that I'd have long learned to cheat, steal, eat, drink, gamble, and smoke. Latest news. Saint Empress Xuexian was discovered in the ultimate heaven. It immediately triggered a fierce battle. Dong Wushang personally went to fight with her. Xuexian was no match for great Emperor Wushang and couldn't escape. She had no choice but to summon another doppelganger. However, she was still no match for great Emperor Wushang, Mo Lei Heir, and the Seven Stars Guard. At the critical moment, Saint Empress Yun appeared and saved Xuexian. Looking at this latest news, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Everyone also fell silent. With the news here, it could basically be announced that the strength that Saint Empress and Xuexian had accumulated for 1,000,000 years had all been destroyed. Now, the strength that still belonged to them was at most the two doppelganger of Xuexian and great Emperor Wushang himself. Other than that, there was also the 10,000 saints' true spirit that was still hidden in the martial world. However, these forces were obviously no longer a threat. Chapter 2669. Holy Emperor Palace, the #1 organization in Celestial Imperial Court that had lasted for millions of years, with no less than 10 million experts, had fallen in a single day. In just a few short months, it had deteriorated day by day, disintegrating like ice. Faced with the opposing forces of the entire Celestial Imperial Court, Holy Emperor Palace, which had lost the support of the people, was destroyed just like that. At this point, Holy Emperor is finished. Chu Yang sighed and concluded. In fact, at this moment, Chu Yang actually felt a little empty in his heart. Ever since he ascended to Celestial Imperial Court, he had been working hard to increase his own cultivation and struggle for survival. When his own strength had finally developed to a certain extent, he had coincidentally discovered Holy Emperor's secret, causing both sides' positions to have no room for negotiation. All of this seemed to have been arranged by fate long ago. Step by step, the trajectory was clear. From then on, Chu Yang had made toppling Holy Emperor his highest goal in Celestial Imperial Court. He walked step by step unswervingly towards this goal. But now, at this very moment, he suddenly received news that Holy Emperor was at the end of his road. Perhaps he didn't even need to do it himself. A few brothers could join hands and take care of Holy Emperor Yun Shangren. At this moment, there were really a lot of mixed feelings and even disbelief and disbelief. Was it so easy to achieve all the goals? All of a sudden, there was a kind of dreamlike feeling. It was full of unreality. Celestial Imperial Court. Celestial Imperial Court. Chu Yang said. Everyone also sighed. The rest of the news is basically the same. Everyone is working hard to reorganize the army and train the soldiers as much as possible, just waiting for the command. Then they will all charge to purple cloud heavens, destroy the extraterrestrial demons, and eliminate the demons forever. The elves are also preparing day and night. Due to the appearance of the heavenly Holy Spirit spring, a considerable number of elves who were stuck at a bottleneck have loosened their bottlenecks. It is estimated that they will definitely be able to complete the breakthrough before they set off. This is the comprehensive evaluation of the elven army's strength. This will be a big improvement. We can see it from here. We can see that this time the elven race, they have really sent out all the elites. The combat power of the elven army. It is definitely above any other side in the 10 heavens and earth. There is no doubt about this. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Tan Tan is in the battle of the purple cloud heavens right now, but he hasn't returned yet. In fact, he hasn't even sent any news back. This shows that the battle situation there is bound to be unprecedentedly intense. As the battle became more and more intense, the extraterrestrial demons also sent in more and more troops day by day. It was said that the 10 heavenly demon kings of the heavenly demons had already arrived at the front lines. Their target is precisely that layer of white mist. Their attacks are still quite effective. At present, that layer of white fog is far less thick than before. Although it can still hold on, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Being completely annihilated is only a matter of time, and it won't be too long. Chu Yang took a deep breath. If that's the case, shouldn't you, Minister Cheung Shao, give the order to start the war immediately? Zi Xieching frowned and said, Of course I want to, but the chaos caused by Tian K Divine Palace has just been quelled. It's not over yet. All the heavens and earth have gone through this turmoil, and their strength has all been greatly damaged. Other than East Royal Heaven, the other heavens and earth are still in a state of integration. At this time, they don't have full combat power at all. If they force themselves to go to war, they will only be damaging themselves. Originally, the elves had the most combat power, but after the battle with the Demon Emperor's Heaven Weapon Pavilion, they also lost many elites. Coincidentally, the appearance of the heavenly Holy Spirit spring allowed many elves to have a breakthrough in their cultivation, but this all requires a certain amount of time to buffer. Chu Yang frowned. So, no matter what, we must strive for half a year of buffer time. This is already the minimum buffer time. This half a year will determine the final outcome of this battle. In other words, no matter what, we can only send out the troops after half a year. Zi Xieching asked. Yes, Chu Yang said firmly. What if in this half a year, the heavenly barrier of purple clouds is breached by the extraterrestrial demons? Zi Xieching said worriedly. Zi Xieching's words were not groundless fears. Originally, the white fog of the heavenly barrier was finally unable to bear the burden due to years of depletion and was gradually worn down. When the extraterrestrial demons saw that the white fog was being worn down, they would only attack more fiercely and energetically. It was not optimistic that the white fog could last for another half a year. With the white fog as a barrier, the gold-robed heavenly guards who now had the geographical advantage still had room to contend with the extraterrestrial demon horde. If the white fog was completely destroyed, not to mention other things, the Tribulation Brothers would not be able to deal with the 10 heavenly demon kings. The actual gap between their strength was still quite big. Any heavenly demon king's strength was not inferior to Yuan Tianji's, and was indeed far superior to the Tribulation Brothers. Sigh, there's no other way. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and said, During this period of time, although the heavenly palace can be said to have been in continuous wars and disturbances, these disturbances are basically stopped among the higher-ups. Most of the people and most of the forces are still in a dream, and do not know the reality that the extraterrestrial demons are about to invade. During the battle of the purple clouds heavens years ago, in fact, no matter how tightly the news was sealed, there would always be leaks. However, all along, the heavenly palace was full of singing and dancing, and there was not the slightest bit of war spirit in the air at all. Of course, this was due to the sealing of the news, but more of it could also be due to human laziness. More than 1 million years of peace have already bred too many negative things, and it is these negative things that are gradually corroding and invading the heavenly palace. I have always been thinking whether the heavenly palace needs a baptism of blood and fire so that everyone can understand this rotten reality, so that they can realize the horror of war, the horror of the enemy. The heartless flames of war are definitely not empty words. In the long run, even if we defeat the extraterrestrial demons in the purple clouds, heavens this time, and even destroy the extraterrestrial demon clan, they will still not feel anything. Chuyang smiled lightly. In this way, after a long period of time, there will definitely be new extraterrestrial demons, or even extraterrestrial demons. It is only a matter of time before the heavenly palace is destroyed. Zi Xieching heaved a long sigh. Yes, Chu Yang's considerations were also not groundless fears, but objective facts. This was a problem that was worth thinking deeply about. And the key to this problem was that the people of the heavenly palace were really too numb now. I know what you mean, and I also understand your thoughts, and I agree with your theory. But if you deliberately want to let the extraterrestrial demons in because of this and create a bloody case to warn the people, then, no matter what your intentions are, when the truth is revealed in the future, you will be a sinner for all eternity. Zi Xieching sighed and said, "This is for sure." Chu Yang's face was as hard as iron, and he remained silent, regardless of the reputation of the people. As long as one had a clear conscience, there was nothing that could not be done. But the matter of letting the extraterrestrial demons run wild, could one really have a clear conscience? Most of the people in the heavenly palace were ultimately innocent, and there was no reason for them to become the sacrifice of this decadent regime. Chu Yang felt that he could not, should not, and did not dare to do so. I also know that you want to build an everlasting foundation for the heavenly palace. After all, after the battle with the extraterrestrial demons, with our cultivation, we are about to reach the critical point again and surpass the ultimate limit of the heavenly palace. We can totally roam the vast universe freely. So you want to settle this once and for all. Zi Xieching persuaded, seriously. But this kind of thing cannot really be settled once and for all. Since 1,000,000 years can corrupt this vast region to this extent, it has already formed a certain scale. Once the war ends and the crisis is resolved, it will not even take a few hundred years for the corruption to return to the current state, or even worse. All efforts will be of no avail, and it will be futile. This is a fixed fact and will not completely change just because of the times and heroes. Chu Yang was silent and finally sighed. He said, "Yes, no matter what, it cannot be settled once and for all. Everything will eventually return to the starting point, and with this starting point as the starting point, the cycle will repeat again. This is an endless cycle and also a fixed cycle, a cycle without an end. It's just that the length of each cycle is not fixed. Let's not talk about the distant future. Just talk about the end of the battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Once we leave, I'm afraid this place will be turned upside down immediately." Tai Butian smiled slightly, but her smile was somewhat cold. "This is foreseeable. We, these brothers, will not be attached to the position of Heavenly Emperor at all, and will leave as we wish. But in the eyes of others, the vacancy left after we leave is a big piece of fat meat, and that is something that they will fight for even if they break their heads. We don't care and don't care about the position of Heavenly Emperor, but others care too much about it and care too much about it. It's not just us, the East Emperor and the Demon Empress also have the intention of retiring. When the time comes, the 10 great heavens will have no celestial emperors to lead them at almost the same time. Perhaps the East Royal Heaven and the Demon Emperor Heaven will have successors, and there will be no problem for the time being. But what about the other heavens? For example, Gu Duxing's Great Western Heaven, Dong Wushang's Extreme Heaven, Ao Xian's Green Heaven, Xia Danzhong's Black Cloud Heaven." Tai Butian sneered. "Not only do we brothers not want to continue, we don't even leave our successors behind for this world. Once there is no master in the imperial palace, one can imagine the chaos that will ensue." Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then he said, That's right, we can't do anything about those things anymore. You also said that this is the starting point, and it is, but it definitely won't be the end. There are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. Tai Butian pursed her lips. Minister Chu, please understand one thing. In this world, you are not the only one who worries about the country and the people. Chapter 2670. Chu Yang said solemnly, Your Majesty is right. I know my mistake. Tonight, I will make a special apology to Your Majesty. I will open my heart and be honest with Your Majesty. I will do my best and do my best. Wu Qianqian snorted and turned her head away, her face red. Chu Yang's serious expression changed, and he said with a cheeky smile, Does the Queen want to do the same? Opening your heart and being honest with each other is great. Wu Qianqian snorted again. Her pretty face turned even redder, but she didn't refute him, which made a certain minister overjoyed. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said angrily, I'm talking about serious matters with you. Chu Yang's strange face turned serious again. He said in a low voice, I'm also talking about serious matters with Your Majesty. There's nothing more serious than this in this world. Tai Butian was embarrassed and anxious. She couldn't say anything for a moment. What else could you say to such a shameless scoundrel? Mo Qinggu blinked and said, Opening your heart and being honest with each other. That's great. Chu Yang, could it be that you've never been honest with Sister Butian before? You're too much. Uft. Zi Xieching, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian spat out a mouthful of tea at the same time. Then they all coughed. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Qingwu's hair was fluffy. Her head and face were covered in tea. She was in a sorry state. She said angrily, What's wrong with all of you? Is this sentence so shocking? It was a three-way siege. Not only was it impossible to guard against, and caught them off guard, the most important thing was that the attack was too tight. Tai Butian laughed as she coughed. You're so happy talking. Then I'll let Chu Yang be honest with you tonight. Mo Qinggu wrinkled her nose and wiped her face. We've always been honest with each other. It's always been like this. As she said that, she jumped. She hugged Chu Yang's arm and said, Big brother Chu Yang, don't you think so? Chu Yang felt his arm suddenly sink into a soft and fragrant land. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. He said absent-mindedly, Yes, yes. That's not right. We haven't, right? He thought to himself, This little girl is developing really quickly. She's already so big. She's not inferior to Qian Qian at all. Almost subconsciously, he rubbed his elbow back and forth. Mo Qingwu's entire body trembled. She blushed and hurriedly let go of his hand. She scolded, Brother Chu Yang is really a big hooligan. You actually want to take advantage of me. I don't want to be honest with you and confide in you. The three women shot him disdainful gazes. Chu Yang said complacently and shamelessly, Playing hooligan with my own wife. That was what a real man should do. If a man didn't treat his wife like a hooligan, if he's not physically ill, then he's mentally ill. Humph. The four women pouted at the same time, snorted, and turned to leave. Walking together, it was a beautiful scene. In the past few days in the elf forest, the cultivation of the four girls had soared. He didn't know why, but ever since he entered the elven forest, the cultivation of the four women soared rapidly, as if it couldn't be stopped. This point, whether it was Chu Yang or the four of them themselves, they were all extremely surprised. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Even if the vitality here was abnormally dense, it shouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. One must know that the vitality in the tribulation space was even denser and purer than here, but the four women didn't grow as fast as in the elf forest when they stayed there. Regarding this point, Chu Yang only vaguely guessed one thing. This abnormal growth of cultivation was most likely related to the 4 rays of light that the Elven Empress left on the 4 women. Although it was just pure vitality of the universe, It was the purest and most original life aura that belonged to the fairies. The 4 rays of light were equivalent to adding the characteristics of the elven physique to the 4 women's physiques. Moreover, it was the aura of the elven royal family. In addition, Chuyang had the elven emperor seal on him. Another point was that it was the first time the 4 women came to a place like the elf forest. Therefore, the growth rate of the 4 women was a little terrifying. However, as time passed and they slowly got used to it, this growth rate would gradually slow down and even return to normal. However, looking at the trend in front of them, this growth rate wouldn't slow down for a certain period of time. In just 7 days, Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching had grown to the peak of the saint level and even broke through the limit barrier in one go. Then, just like Chuyang a few months ago, they took that final step. The moment they took that step, they immediately felt that there seemed to be an endless sky and a vast starry sky in front of them. That feeling was so real, yet so intoxicating. At the moment when the 2 of them broke through, Chuyang flew into the sky and kept all the lightning that came along with the 2 women's breakthrough into the tribulation space. Otherwise, if these lightning tribulations were allowed to fall, the elf forest that Chuyang had just saved would be completely destroyed by the lightning in an instant. When the tribulation clouds passed and Chuyang landed, he saw that Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching were overjoyed. "Do you feel it?" Chuyang smiled and asked a very meaningful question. "I feel it, I feel it." The 2 girls understood tacitly when they heard Chuyang's words. They clearly understood what Chuyang was asking. Beyond the limit of the heavenly imperial court, there was a brand new path under their feet, and a brand new journey, although full of mysteries and unpredictability, was also full of attraction and yearning. Right now, he was just looking at it, but he already couldn't wait to step onto this new path. Chuyang smiled. This is the path that a real, strong person should take. In the vast universe, from ancient times till now, there are only a few people who can take that path. Like the saints and saints, those who use their clones to extend their life, and those who use evil techniques like the 1,000 saints' true spirit to increase their own power are all on the wrong path. They will never be able to experience the realm of a real strong person. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching nodded heavily. Although Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian's cultivation was not as good as Zi Xieching's and Mo Qinggu's, and they couldn't understand Chuyang's logic for the time being, their improvement was still obvious during this period of time. And the improvement was extremely huge. The 2 women's cultivation rose like bamboo shoots after the rain, as if it was soaring. Their cultivation rose from the peak of the beginner saint level to the peak of the advanced saint level. They were only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the saint level. Such an exaggerated improvement made Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian almost suspect that they were dreaming. Such an exaggerated improvement, and in just a few days' time, was even more than Chuyang's improvement. Chuyang could only smile at this. Although he was also surprised by the 2 women's improvement speed, he could also understand the reason. During this period of time, ever since Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian's bodies had enough endurance, they would drink a super heavy pill mixed with a big bowl of heavenly Holy Spirit spring water every day. After arriving at the fairy forest, Chuyang accidentally discovered that this combination actually had such an amazing effect. From the first day, he started to increase the dosage. He directly consumed 2 super heavy pills, plus 2 divine medicine essences condensed from the medicine spirits in addition. He also mixed the power of destiny and the power of faith in the fairy forest, increasing the 2 women's cultivation almost limitlessly. Moreover, every day, Chuyang would use his own pure cultivation to help the 2 women straighten out their meridians. With such external support, it would be strange if the 2 women didn't improve quickly. Although the 2 women's improvement was still ridiculously fast, there was still a path to follow. It was just that, at this stage, Chuyang actually still felt that it was too slow. It wasn't that Chuyang didn't know what was good for him, but what he was most worried about now was, when the day came that they could leave this world, would Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian be left behind because of their insufficient cultivation. Therefore, in the recent 1 year, he almost spared no expense in throwing resources at the 2 women. At the same time, the women of his other brothers also received such treatment, especially Ao Shiun, Xiadanqiong, Jimo Zaobua, and the other women. Although they were in different worlds, Chu Yang gave them the same amount of resources. In fact, because they weren't by his side, the elixirs and medicines they received were even more than what Tai Batian and Wu Qianqian received. I can laugh proudly in the sky, and I have women and brothers by my side. However, my brothers need beauties as well. I can't let them stand alone in the void with me. I'll try my best to do what I can do. This was Chu Yang's persistence, his persistence all along. This night, Zi Xieching had nothing to do, and her cultivation had increased greatly. On a whim, she went to watch the fairy race train. As the woman of the fairy emperor, she was also the fairy queen. No matter where she was, the fairy race would of course give her the highest treatment. Zi Xieching had always been someone who couldn't stay idle, especially when the upcoming battle was related to the recovery of the purple cloud heavens. The foundation that her father had built with his life was also a place that he had defended with his life. Zi Xieching couldn't ignore it. On the surface, she was like the others, going with the flow and treating it calmly. But in fact, everyone knew that Zi Xieching was already burning with anxiety. She couldn't wait to go to the purple cloud heavens, quell the heavenly demons, and recover the purple cloud heavens. The moonlight was hazy. Under such favorable conditions, Tai Batian and Wu Qianqian naturally made the best use of their time to cultivate. The 2 women also knew where their weakness was, so during this period, cultivation had almost become their entire life. Chu Yang walked into the room and saw that Tai Batian and Wu Qianqian were in a meditative state. They didn't notice his arrival at all, and at such a time, no one should disturb them. Chapter 2671. Minister Chu could only rub his nose and leave. Although he felt that his desires were not satisfied and he was almost about to explode from holding it in, he could not be disturbed at such a crucial moment. He walked out of the room discontentedly and checked the new news that Tianji's assistant had received. It was just that this small piece of news did not have anything worth paying attention to, and he instantly felt bored to death. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, one will be lustful. This was the situation in front of Minister Chu's eyes. During this period of time, he had been running all over the place, from the black cloud sky to the eastern royal sky, from the eastern royal sky to the purple cloud sky, from the purple cloud sky to the level heavens continent, and from the level heavens continent to the extreme heaven. Then he rushed from extreme heaven to western sky to rescue Gu Duxing from his dangerous situation. From western sky, he rushed back to Demon Emperor Sky, and finally, from Demon Emperor Sky to Elf Forest. Moreover, this journey was not just a simple journey. Almost every moment, it was accompanied by a life and death battle, a series of bloody battles. The opponents he encountered were each stronger than the previous. In this kind of rhythm, Chu Yang's spirit was in a state of high tension almost every moment. Even if he was occasionally idle, he was also considering and analyzing the situation of each of his brothers, what stage they were at today, and what stage they would be at tomorrow. His mind was filled with a myriad of affairs every single moment, with a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. Where would he have the time to think about anything else? Even if he had the will and the power, he absolutely did not have any time. Now that he had come to Elf Forest, everything seemed to have ended. All of a sudden, he felt relaxed. From extreme tension, it suddenly changed to extreme relaxation. From being so busy that he didn't even have time to fart, it became almost completely idle now. This kind of relaxation made Chu Yang relaxed and happy at the same time. But he also felt that a certain place was ready to move. That was a kind of impulse that belonged to youth. It was like a wildfire that could not be suppressed and could not be controlled. Yet, at this moment, the beauties around him were all busy practicing martial arts and training soldiers. They were all busy. This situation made Minister Chu really want to cry. Women, do you really want to choke me to death? You didn't even consider what to do if that thing really explodes. You will regret it to death. As he strolled out, all the elves he saw along the way saluted him respectfully. Chu Yang smiled as he passed by. Many female elves had graceful figures. Seeing this handsome new elf emperor, they all blushed and saluted. After saluting, they shyly ran away. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her figure was graceful. Then she gazed at His Majesty the Elf Emperor from afar. Her expression and mood were too obvious. If you want to do something, I won't refuse. I won't even give in half-heartedly. I'm willing, very willing. It was fine if there were only one or two people with similar emotions. However, there were tens of thousands of elves who felt the same way. Hundreds of thousands, millions. As far as the eye could see, it was all over the place. Some of them even deliberately swayed in front of Chu Yang. Moreover, all of them had graceful figures and were as beautiful as flowers. Every single one of them looked as if they would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Chu Yang increasingly felt that he was about to transform into a wolf. He couldn't restrain himself any longer. I'm going to explode. Minister Chu groaned in pain. Finally, he managed to grab hold of a passing elf. That female elf was startled by Chu Yang's action. Then she blushed and looked bewildered. Oh, His Majesty the Elf Emperor stopped me. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? If His Majesty wants me to serve him in bed, what should I do? Should I just comply? Or should I pretend to refuse and then comply? Or should I strictly refuse to show my chastity and then be forced to comply? But what if His Majesty gets angry and doesn't force me? What should I do then? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? What should I choose? This female elf's body trembled. Thousands of thoughts had already passed through her mind. However, she stood there motionless. She lowered her head and didn't seem to resist. I really don't understand what His Majesty likes about her. Her breasts aren't as big as mine. Her waist isn't as thin as mine. And her but isn't as perky as mine. Only her face is a little purer. I'll look purer if I put on makeup. If I knew His Majesty liked her, why didn't I put on makeup just now? It's too late for regrets. I'll look purer if I put on makeup. It's too late. Chu Yang didn't know that this moment would cause so many psychological fluctuations. He only asked anxiously, "Have you seen Miss Mo Ching Wu?" Miss Mo? This female elf was still in a dilemma. She was startled when she heard this. What Miss Mo? She didn't come back to her senses for a long time, so His Majesty didn't mean it that way. She felt lost and aggrieved. She bit her lips and was about to cry, "Haven't seen her?" Forget it. Chu Yang was a little disappointed. I've seen her before. Miss Mo is practicing in the purple bamboo forest in the north. Do you need me to take you there? Beside him, a female elf hurriedly reported with a self-recommending attitude. Oh, thank you. There's no need to trouble yourself. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Then he disappeared in a flash. Only this female elf who was stopped by him was left in the same place, disappointed and frustrated. After a long time, she bit her lips and thought, even if you really use force, I won't submit to you. Even if you take my body, you can't take my heart. I have a fiancé. She stomped her feet and flew away. Purple bamboo forest. It turns out that there's actually such a purple bamboo forest in this elf forest. Chu Yang flew against the wind. No matter if it was the previous life or the current life, Mo Ching Wu had a fanatical and almost paranoid love for the purple bamboo forest. No matter when, as long as she saw the purple bamboo forest, even if the situation was urgent, she would still go in and sit for a while. Even if time was tight, she would still linger for a while. This kind of paranoid love made Chu Yang feel helpless sometimes. It was just that. There was one thing that made Chu Yang feel very strange. Although Mo Ching Wu loved the purple bamboo forest, the clothes on her body but it was never purple. Only a few times did she wear white. The rest of the time, she was always dressed in red. This made Chu Yang feel very puzzled. Since he had nothing to do today, Chu Yang decided to solve this question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. The moment he saw the purple bamboo forest with his own eyes, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little touched. He saw a large purple bamboo forest in a place surrounded by lush greenery. Slim and graceful, it seemed to be boundless. He couldn't see the end of it. A gentle breeze blew. The purple bamboo swayed. Chu Yang slowed down his pace and dismissed all the nearby elves. Then he walked into the purple bamboo forest quietly. In the center, there seemed to be an empty space. A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. This time Anai had power. Unlike before, she didn't clear out a small area. Instead, she used her power to move the purple bamboo to the surroundings. Only then did she clear out an empty space. Looking at the surroundings again, sure enough, they were densely packed next to each other. It was obviously much denser than other places. Obviously, the reality matched Chu Yang's guess very well. In a place where purple bamboo swayed. She was dressed in red and was currently dancing gracefully inside. The dancer was Mo Qingwu. Now, she was using her unique method to practice the heavenly dance. Without any power, this heavenly dance directly became the purest dance. It was beautiful, as if all the beautiful charm in the world had been poured into it. In the purple bamboo forest, the red dress was like blood. Chu Yang stood there quietly and looked at her in a daze. A graceful voice rang out. People say that a daughter is Mo Qingwu. People say that Qingwu's life is bitter. How many years have passed in the universe? Who hasn't been bitter in the mortal world? A daughter's life is Mo Qingwu. How can I not dance because I'm afraid of hardship? It's rare to have a lover in my life. I dance for him with heartache. In this life, I dance for you. Even if this life is bitter, I dance for you. If I say it's worth it, it's not bitter. This was Mo Qingwu singing softly. Chu Yang listened to this song in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Mo Qingwu was singing. Her voice was exceptionally soft, as if it would dissipate with the wind in the next moment. Every sentence was very straightforward. Obviously, she had thought of it on the spot and didn't add any fancy words to it. Chu Yang listened quietly. Perhaps only he could truly understand the true meaning of this song that Mo Qingwu was singing. Everyone said that a woman shouldn't be rash in her life and shouldn't give easily. Once she gave easily, it could be a lifetime of bitterness. But in the mortal world, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, who didn't suffer? Could it be that just because they were afraid of bitterness, they didn't speak of giving their whole life? It's rare to have a lover. Since I've met my lover, then even if it's heartache, I still have to dance for him. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm very bitter. But as long as I think I'm worth it, no matter how bitter it is, it's not bitter. It's rare to have a lover in my life, dancing for him with heartache. If I say it's worth it, it's not bitter. Mo Qingwu's red dress fluttered as she sang softly. Her voice was full of tenderness. It was a soft and ethereal voice, but it was full of stubbornness and determination without regrets. As Chu Yang watched, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Finally, he exhaled softly. It was just this exhalation, but it interrupted this devastatingly beautiful dance. Heavenly spirit voice. Who's over there? Mo Qingwu suddenly realized that there was someone else. She immediately stopped dancing and asked aloud. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Yang had already embraced her in his arms. With a somewhat trembling voice, he called out, Qingwu! Qingwu! Mo Qingwu immediately relaxed. She said in surprise, Brother Chu Yang, it's you! Just as she opened her mouth, she felt Chu Yang's face suddenly magnify in front of her. Then her vision turned dark. Her lips were gently kissed by Chu Yang. She let out an "oh" sound from her throat and couldn't make any more sound. She only felt her heart beating wildly. Chu Yang kissed the beauty in his arms carefully and tenderly. He felt his heart was infinitely tender and touched through the night till now. First 2 chapters. I haven't edited the rest. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep first. I'll update in the afternoon. Chapter 2672. Chu Yang hugged Mo Qing Wu tightly. It seemed as if he wanted to melt this delicate and soft body into his own. His heart was full of love. Although he had a beauty in his arms and was full of soft fragrance, the desire that surged in his chest just now had long disappeared without a trace. His heart was filled with a kind of deep affection that flowed in his heart. He was deeply moved, hugging his lover. His heart was full of cherishment. Chu Yang kissed Mo Qingguo tenderly, the 2 of them hugging each other tightly. At this moment, Mo Qingguo was clearly a little confused. She really didn't understand what was going on with Chu Yang today. However, she could clearly feel the deep love that Chu Yang had for her in his heart. Moreover, she could also feel the extreme bitterness and regret in his heart. Since her lover's heart was like this, everything else was no longer important. So she lay in Chu Yang's arms obediently, not moving at all. She let Chu Yang hug her, and didn't deliberately break this loving embrace. Time passed quietly. After a long, long time, Mo Qingguo raised her head slightly. Her starry eyes were intoxicated as she stared at Chu Yang's eyes in a daze. She said softly, "Chu Yang, take me." The beautiful woman's words were true. Chu Yang's body shook unconsciously. At this moment, he was actually stunned. For a moment, his emotions were like the tide, surging up and down, and it was difficult to stop. Chu Yang clearly remembered that in his previous life, on the night of his and Mo Qingguo's engagement night, it was Mo Qingguo who said the sentence, "Chu Yang, take me." That was also in a purple bamboo forest, and it was also a similar environment, and it was also a love like this, but it was only now that Chu Yang truly understood what it meant when a girl could say this to him. What it meant. It meant that in this life of hers, she would be with you. It meant that in this life, she would be with you, no matter if it was sweet or bitter, no matter if it was wind and rain or thorns, no matter how bumpy the road ahead was, in this life of hers. She would only dance for you. All the prosperity would leave her because it was no longer important, because in her world, the only important thing left was you. This also meant that from now on, there would be no one left. In addition to being a man, you were also a husband. He had the responsibility and obligation to make his woman happy. He shouldered the sky that she should have shouldered. Then he had to do it. He wanted his woman to live a more colorful and happy life after entrusting her life to him. Only then would he be worthy of the words man and husband. "I will take you, but not now." Chu Yang said softly but resolutely, "But I will take you with me. Wait until I announce to the world that I am officially taking you as my wives. On the night of our wedding night, you will belong to me completely. Henceforth take me as your husband. Dance for me, henceforth. I will bear all the hardships for you." Chu Yang said seriously, "Qingwu, I'm really sorry that I can't give you the only one in this life. This is my apology to all 4 of you." Chu Yang felt as if his heart had suddenly started to hurt at this moment. It started to hurt without any warning. This sense of guilt would arise when facing each of his women and would not go away for a long time. Speaking of a responsible man, he obviously couldn't be counted as one. At least, he wasn't the one who did the best. A pair for life. This was the most beautiful dream of many young girls, to accompany each other and grow old together. But he would never be able to give them this. Mo Qingguo said softly, "I understand. We all understand the guilt in your heart. So, we have also discussed this many times in private. This is the way of the world. Our strength still can't go against the way of the world after all. So, What we can do is to let the four of us be as good as one. Mo Ching-woo smiled with tears in her eyes. Chu-young, our lives in the future will most likely be eternal. If there are really only the two of us, it will also be a little lonely. What do you think? Chu-young hugged Mo Ching-woo tightly. How could he not know that Mo Ching-woo's purpose in saying these words was to comfort him? But he actually had nothing to say at this moment. Chu-young took a deep breath and suddenly took out the deputy hand of Heavenly Secrets. He sent a message to Mo Tianji. Heavenly Secrets, I'm getting married. Mo Ching-woo clearly saw Chu-young's actions. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and tried her best to control herself. She didn't let herself cry out loud and let her tears flow out. That kind of immense happiness suddenly swept through her body and mind like a tidal wave. Am I finally going to become his little wife? Chu-young picked up Mo Ching-woo and resolutely walked back. He got someone to inform Zi Xieching to come back at once. Then he waited quietly for Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan to wake up from their meditation, thousands of miles away. At this moment, Mo Tianji was presiding over the overall situation of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. He was constantly sifting through the information and constantly giving out extremely precise orders. At the same time, he gave orders to increase the manpower of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department to purple cloud heavens by 50 times. The next moment, he suddenly received this shocking news from Chu-young without any mental preparation. The moment Mo Tianji opened the message, he was instantly stunned. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. Then his hand trembled and he almost dropped the Heavenly Secrets hand to the ground. When he hurriedly went to help it up, he sat on the chair crooked and looked even more embarrassed. Below, hundreds of senior leaders of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department were sitting quietly in a hall. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. Some people were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. What kind of news, what kind of shock could make the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets lose his composure like this? Even the news of ambushing a Saint Monarch and defeating the Holy Emperor Palace couldn't move the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets at all. But after receiving this news, he was so shocked that he fell off the chair. The degree of shock of this news could be imagined. Everyone was guessing. If they received the same news, they would probably be scared to death on the spot, right? Fortunately, the next moment, they saw Mo Tianji hurriedly stand up and shout, "Meeting adjourned." Then he got up and left as if his boat was on fire, leaving the hall full of dumbfounded and suspicious people. Alone, they whispered and were confused. Mo Tianji returned to his room as if he was flying. He opened up his divine sense shield and hurriedly started to send messages. "You're getting married? You said you're getting married? Why are you getting married all of a sudden? With who?" After a short while, Chu-young's message came over. "Stop talking nonsense. Who do you think I'm getting married to?" Mo Tianji snorted and rolled his eyes. He sent another message. "My sister." Chu-young replied, "Did you take the wrong medicine today? Did you forget to take your medicine? Did you take fake medicine? Why is your brain so slow, spouting nonsense one after another? Can you not spout so much nonsense? Besides the four of them, is there anyone else?" Mo Tianji rolled his eyes again. He wanted to object. However, he knew that it was useless to object. There was nothing he could do. Mo Tianji could only pinch his nose and admit defeat when he thought about how his younger sister had been taken advantage of by someone. Chu-young's message came again. "Hey, you have to understand the situation. Mo Tianji, I'm not discussing this with you. Your status as the parent of the girl's family is not worth much in my eyes. I'm just informing you of this news. Then, you have to help me arrange the wedding. Do you understand?" Mo Tianji had just managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. However, Mo Tianji had clearly seen these words. He was so angry that he almost fainted from anger. He rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "I'm so angry. If you dare to say another word, I will immediately pull my sister back from you. Do you think I won't dare?" Chu Yang started to threaten him. "You can try." This time, Mo Tianji was completely speechless. "I'm really helpless. How did I end up with such a brother-in-law?" Just as he was thinking, Chu Yang sent another message. He seemed to be very dissatisfied. "I'm really speechless. Mo Tianji, how did I end up with such a brother-in-law?" Mo Tianji received the letter and read it. With a pung, he smashed the heaven's secret hand onto the ground. He was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. "Fuck! This is what I wanted to say." He actually beat me to it after trembling for a while. He picked up the heavenly secret hand again. Mo Tianji sent another message fiercely. "What the fuck do you want to do? Tell me. Tell me." Chu Yang seemed to be in a bad mood. He sent a message over. "What kind of attitude is this? If this is your attitude, then I won't get married. Let's just leave it at that. Anyway, we are people of the martial world. We don't care about status. I can do my sister's job." Mo Tianji's hands and feet turned cold. Which girl didn't want to have a grand wedding? To let the world witness their love. To receive everyone's blessings. This bastard Chu Yang is clearly blackmailing me. He's blatantly blackmailing me. And it was a double threat. Not only did he not hold the wedding, he also wanted to make sure that he couldn't do it. How was he trying to do Lure's job? He was obviously going to snitch on her. If Lure knew about this, oh my god, even if he didn't care about Lure's threat, Mo Tianji still didn't dare to take the risk. Mo Tianji dared to do anything. However, when it came to his own boss, this boss Chu Yang, he always felt that his hands and feet were tied. He really couldn't tell if this guy would really do something next. Speaking of which, Tai Butian and Wu Qian have been together for so long. Maybe this guy would really do it. Mo Tianji muttered in his heart. He was secretly afraid. Chapter 2673. Putting down the hand of heavenly secrets. Mo Tianji wiped his sweat. "Master, you're really my master." In the end, he could only give in. That guy was too good at tormenting people. Mo Tianji could only pinch his nose and give in so that he could marry a wife. He comforted himself and said, "I'm doing this for my little sister's lifelong happiness." On the other side, Chu Yang's message came quickly. "It's the month now. Let's do it a month later. On the 10th of October, I want to hold my wedding at the Demon Emperor's Heaven Armament Pavilion. I'll leave everything else to you. I trust you the most. You'll definitely do a good job." Hearing this, Mo Tianji almost dropped the hand of heavenly secrets again. "What do you mean by I can handle it? I can definitely do it well? Am I the one getting married, or are you the one getting married? You can't be shameless to this extent, right? Are shameless people really invincible in the world?" However, Mo Tianji sent a few messages to Chu Yang, but Chu Yang didn't reply at all. Obviously, he had completely delegated his power. Who would want such a delegated power? Indeed, shameless people are invincible in the world. It seems that all of this is my job. Mo Tianji sighed, but he was also beaming with joy. His little sister was about to get married. As he thought about it, his heart was a little sour and a little happy. Mo Tianji paced around the room twice. After deliberating for a while, he sat down and ground the ink. He thought about it again and confirmed that there was no mistake. Then he started to write, "Minister Chu Yang, before the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. On the 10th of October, a wedding banquet will be held at the Demon Emperor's Heaven Armament Pavilion, inviting all the heroes in the world. Firstly, everyone is present to testify for the newlyweds. Secondly, to pay respects to the minister. Thirdly, to prepare for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Minister Chu Yang's wedding invitation, Eastern Royal Heaven, Extreme Heaven, Black Cloud Heaven, Demon Emperor Heaven, Green Cloud Heaven, Chibei Heaven, Western Sky, Dalio heaven, South Pole heaven, Buddha heaven. Celestial emperors from all directions. Heroes from all walks of life. Friends, come and get drunk. At the same time, we invite the spirits of the purple cloud heaven to come and watch the ceremony. Send wedding wine to the soldiers guarding the purple cloud heavens today. The minister's wedding should be celebrated by the whole world. Let the world rejoice. The announcement was made in a flash. Mo Tianji threw away the brush, slammed the table, and shouted, "Guards!" This sudden shout caused the headquarters of the Tianji Intelligence Department to tremble uncontrollably. Not only did this prove that Mo Tianji's cultivation had made great progress recently, but it also proved that a certain person's heart was filled with certain emotions, such as dissatisfaction, agitation, and even some apprehension. He couldn't wait any longer. Dissatisfaction and displeasure. The members of the Tianji Intelligence Department, who were still waiting for news outside, were shocked to hear such a loud shout. Their hearts were filled with even more fear as they rushed over, almost pissing their pants. During this period of time, everyone had been anxiously waiting for news outside. When they heard this shout, they were almost scared out of their wits and lost their courage. Spread the news throughout the Heaven Imperial Court within half a day. There must be no mistakes. Mo Tianji raised the paper vertically and let everyone see the words on it. He said word by word, strict order, absolute order. Within half a day, I want everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court to know about this news, including the extraterrestrial demons. I guarantee that no one doesn't know about it. If anyone makes a mistake, their clan will commit suicide as an apology. With this order, everyone kept quiet out of fear. For a moment, no one dared to take the lead to speak. Even though if anyone makes a mistake, their clan will commit suicide, everyone still heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that this news wasn't bad news. This was a joyous occasion. This was clearly a joyous occasion. Why was the great emperor so shocked just now? No one dared to delay. They all received the order at the fastest speed possible and began to spread the order. Mo Tianji paced around the room twice. He frowned and muttered, "It doesn't matter whether it's a wedding or not. The important thing is that my sister Qingwu is getting married. I wonder how the preparations at the Demon Emperor Heaven are going? Those idiots over there, will they prepare the traditional wedding customs of the human race? Will they miss anything? This is the only wedding my sister will have in her life. No matter what, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong." After pacing around a few more times, he was finally still frustrated. The next moment, he rushed out and shouted, "Lure! Lure!" Chu Lu was cultivating at this moment. When she heard that, she hurriedly ran out. "What's wrong? What's so urgent?" She seemed to have never seen Mo Tianji so impatient. "Let's go. We'll go to the Demon Emperor Heaven now." Mo Tianji walked hurriedly. "I've already packed everything. Let's set off now." Chu Lua was shocked. What's so urgent? What's wrong? Did something big happen? What's wrong? Mo Tianji sighed. "There's always someone who won't let us rest. Your big brother is getting married. I've only been back for a few days. That guy is deliberately not letting me rest. I just said that the next time we meet might be to fight the extraterrestrial demons. In the end, your big brother made me." At this point, Chulu-er's expression clearly turned ugly. She looked anxious and even had a hint of coldness as she looked at Mo Tianji. Her eyes were black and white. Mo Tianji was a smart person. He immediately realized that he couldn't help but speak ill of Chu Yang and had caused Chulu-er to feel disgusted. So he hurriedly changed his words and said, as if he was complaining, "You say, what is your elder brother doing? He suddenly informed me of such a big matter. No matter what, I have to hurry over and prepare." Mo Tianji made a solemn vow. "Let's not talk about my relationship with you. Chu Yang is my most respected and beloved big brother. I must do my best to handle this matter properly. There can't be the slightest mishap in any case, Chulur said with a cold face. Don't think that I can't tell just because you suddenly changed your words. My big brother is getting married. Of course, it's a good thing. Do you have to be so unhappy? Humph. Besides, my big brother is marrying your sister. What are you unhappy about? What is there to complain about? I've really never seen someone like you. Mo Tianji was battered and exhausted. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know. Humph. Chulu raised her head and raised her eyebrows. She said angrily, Why are you still standing there like a dumb bird? Hurry up and leave. My big brother's wedding is such a big thing. Why aren't you hurrying over to help? You only know how to be obedient. Yes, yes, yes. Mo Tianji's face was full of bitterness as he hurriedly agreed. He cursed in his heart. You were the one who grabbed me and asked me why I was delayed. Now, you're the one who's angry and blaming me for walking too slowly. Sigh, do I really owe your Chu clan? The two of them didn't hesitate any longer. With a whoosh, they turned into two long rainbows. In midair, Chulu-er's voice sounded. I say your sister is really lucky to be able to marry such a good man like my big brother. She's really lucky to have a wedding in front of everyone. I'm really envious of her. Mo Tianji had an idea and said, Why don't we use this occasion to hold our wedding together? Chulu-er blushed and said angrily, You wish. She didn't say anything else and only focused on rushing forward. Mo Tianji was delighted. Lu doesn't seem to be opposed to my suggestion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. If the two brothers got married on the same day, it would definitely become a good story. You married my sister, and I married your sister. The two clans would undoubtedly become even closer. Furthermore, they would hold their wedding on the same day and in the same place. This is really too fated. This is too legendary. The more Mo Tianji thought about it, the more he felt that this was too wonderful for words. He couldn't help but break into a smile. He secretly thought about how to bring this up to Chuyang when he went and how to make him agree. Just as Mo Tianji was still thinking about it on the way, the entire Heaven Imperial Court had already started a new round of crazy tremors. The Cheongshao Imperial Throne Wedding. This explosive news was the first to reach the hands of the various heavenly emperors. Following that, it began to spread outwards at an unparalleled speed. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department spared no effort in spreading the news. The various heavens and earth released official news like crazy. The 10 heavens and earth were invited for the wedding. In an instant, the heavenly court was in an uproar. The pugilistic world was in an uproar, and the various major sects were in an uproar. And then the commoners of the Heaven Imperial Court were also in an uproar. Men. Heavenly Emperor Dong Wushang roared as he strode out of the door in a majestic manner. His muscular chest knocked the guard leader who had hurriedly rushed over after hearing the noise and was sent flying. He felt dizzy. Seeing this, the guard standing guard at the door almost burst out laughing. But he just didn't dare to lose his composure in front of the Heavenly Emperor. He held it in until his stomach twitched. I've never seen such a hot-tempered Heavenly Emperor. You've already called for people to come. Can't you just wait inside quietly? But you actually rushed out yourself. Luckily, our guard commander still has some cultivation. Otherwise, if he rashly bumped into you, how can we let it go? Send the order quickly. Send the Heavenly Emperor's decree. Before the guard leader could get up and understand what was going on, he heard Heavenly Emperor Wushang's voice as loud as a bell. Heavenly Emperor Wushang's wedding. The entire heavens and earth will be draped in red. Hang up the lanterns for me. From today onwards, let's set off the firecrackers. Let's set it off until the 10th of next month. Announce to the world that everyone will celebrate. That guard leader, the Prime Minister of Extreme Heaven who rushed over after hearing the news, and the 7 guards, as well as the various officials waiting outside the hall, were all shocked. The entire heavens and earth will be draped in red. Let's set off the firecrackers from today onwards. Let's set it off until the 10th of next month. It's going to end soon. Let's have a celebration in advance. Chapter 2674. What is this? What kind of joyous occasion is worth this? Furthermore, this is too difficult, isn't it? How much would this consume? Money is fine, but at this time it's still far from the new year. Where would there be so many firecrackers to set off? Even if we rush to make them now, it seems like we won't make it in time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This, Minister Cheongzhao's wedding, is indeed a joyous occasion for the whole world to celebrate. But to have the entire world draped in red, how should we do it? And to set off the firecrackers from now on, I'm afraid there aren't that many firecrackers. Can we make some discrepancies? The Prime Minister mustered up his courage and asked. What he meant was to have the entire world draped in red. That's not easy, There are so many firecrackers. Where can we find them? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Do you need me to say more about this matter? All the cities and villages, all the mountains and rivers, everything caused by the extreme heaven territory must be draped in red. If there aren't enough firecrackers, go make them in large quantities. Dong Wushang was a little impatient. Such a simple matter. You can't even understand this. The Prime Minister was originally just anxious, but now that he asked for the specific answer, he was so anxious that he sat on the ground with a plop. He almost fainted. All the surrounding officials stared at the Prime Minister with hidden bitterness. Look at what kind of trouble you've caused. If you don't ask, we'll just drape in red in Merciless City. As for the other places, just let the local officials do it. We'll just have to set off as many firecrackers as we can and order people to make them. But now, with your question, the scope has expanded to include all the cities and villages in the extreme heaven territory, all the mountains and rivers. Aren't you asking for my life? Not to mention anything else. Just one question. Where can there be so much red cloth? Colored cloth. But Heavenly Emperor Wushang actually said that it was a simple matter? Is this matter really that simple? Your Majesty? All the officials looked at the Prime Minister with tears in their eyes. They were all praying in their hearts. Prime Minister, you've caused this trouble, so you have to shoulder it yourself. Hurry up and say something. It's important to make His Majesty retract his order. But the Prime Minister already had the heart to die. How could he still be in the mood to talk? After Dong Wushang finished giving instructions, he walked out excitedly. He said, I'll leave the details of this job to you guys. Oh, right, you must not use the troops that are in training. They would have to set out at any time to battle the Sky Fiends. Other than this military force, all other resources can be obtained by yourself. Everyone stumbled again. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. The army couldn't be mobilized. Emperor Wushang raised his head and shouted, Lair! Hurry up and come out. Something big has happened. Mo Lair asked, What? What's the matter? Dong Wushang hurriedly said happily, Come, follow me quickly. Boss Chu is about to get married. Let's hurry over and join in the fun. We still have time to play there for a few days and get drunk while we're at it. 7-star guards, follow me too. You'll represent all the officials of the extreme heaven, all the military officials. One staggered and fell to the ground neatly. You made such an important arrangement without knowing the beginning or the end, and then you just left it and took your wife to play for a few days, disturbing the bridal chamber? Join in the fun? We don't have to prepare anything else. It's all in the space ring. Boss is about to get married. We don't have to prepare any gifts. Anyway, we don't have anything. It's fine as long as we're here. When we're here, it's better than nothing. Dong Wushang grinned happily. Let's go now. After saying that, he pulled Mo Lair's hand and flew up, about to turn into a rainbow and leave. 7-star guards, follow me. I'll let you see the real world this time. Dong Wushang's voice rang out. The 7-star guards smiled bitterly at each other. Damn it, they had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. What kind of world had they not seen? They could only see the real world this time. It felt like they had lived for more than 1,000,000 years in the past, but they had all become bumpkins. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, you can't just leave like this. The military officials finally regained their senses. Seeing that Emperor Wushang was about to disappear without a trace, they hurriedly shouted in unison. They almost shouted until their throats were hoarse. You can't just leave like this. If you leave, we will all be at a loss. Why can't you leave? I've already said that I'll leave this matter to you all. If you can't do it well, you can automatically go to the imperial prison and wait for your clan to be exterminated. Dong Wushang's voice came from midair. Also, I've placed the imperial jade seal on the table. Just take it and give your orders. You don't have to go through me. Do you guys know how to do something as simple as stamping? Marshal Monarch Wushang. The 7 Stars Guards and the Empress had already turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distance. He disappeared without a trace. All of the officials under the polar heaven were stunned. What kind of explanation was this? If he couldn't do it well, he would be sent to the imperial prison to await the execution of his entire family? This seems a little too serious, and also the imperial jade seal. The imperial jade seal, the symbol of imperial power of a celestial emperor. You just casually put it on the table? Furthermore, you can use it to give orders. Was this something that could be used to give orders? Also, that's not called a stamp. Could that be called a stamp? Although it was the same step and the same thing, this was called using a stamp, all right? Furthermore, that's also not a table. That's called the imperial desk. Imperial desk, imperial desk. The officials of the Polar Heaven Marshal School wanted to cry but had no tears. But the person in question had already left. And he left in such a hurry that he was already nowhere to be seen. Want to call him back? Cough, cough. Whoever is willing can go. In any case, I'm not going. Isn't that just asking for bad luck? Knowing that he was in such a hurry to leave. It'd be strange if they didn't get slapped flat. But what should they do about this matter? Everyone looked at each other. Prime Minister, you're experienced in the ways of the world. What do you think we should do about this matter? All of the officials looked at the Prime Minister. Do what you need to do. Why are all of you looking at me? Anyway, this is our mission. If we can't complete it, we can all go to hell together. The old Prime Minister climbed up from the ground and said angrily. Everyone curled their lips. Why do we have to go to hell together? Your position is the highest among us, and today's matter was obviously caused by you. If we don't look at you, who else should we look at? We do want to see Heavenly Emperor Wushang's downfall, but now, if we really want to see, we have to go to the Demon Emperor sky. The old Prime Minister sighed softly and cursed under his breath. This muddle-headed ruler who doesn't do his job properly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear when they heard that. You're old and experienced. Even if His Majesty knows about it, he might not care too much. But we don't dare to scold you all. Once it reaches Heavenly Emperor Wushang's ears, based on His Majesty's hot-headed temper, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like what you said, we'll go to the Yellow Springs together. Sigh, for this matter, other than using His Majesty's Imperial Jade Seal, there's really no other way. But His Majesty's Imperial Jade Seal is where the extreme heaven's authority lies. How can we use it casually? This matter is truly difficult to handle. The old Prime Minister grumbled again, but in the end, he still proposed a plan. But now that things have come to this point, there are no other options. I have a suggestion here. Let's see if it's feasible and give your opinions to improve it. Prime Minister, you're old and virtuous, and your wisdom surpasses the world. You must have a good plan. We're all ears to listen and listen to your brilliant ideas. Everyone cheered loudly, their flattery flooding the room. Everyone was beaming with joy as they put down the heavy stone in their hearts. The Prime Minister rolled his eyes. Of course you guys are happy, because none of you have any responsibility at all. If something really happens, this old man will be the only one to take the blame. Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you useless fellows. How about this? Each of us will send out 3 people. A total of 3 people will be in charge of the Imperial Jade Seal. All the Imperial decrees will need the unanimous agreement of these people before the seal can be used. This way, we can pass down the order fairly and ensure that nothing goes wrong. What does everyone think? The old Prime Minister said, "Since I'm the one who suggested it, count me in. As for the others, you guys can nominate them." He thought, "You want me to take the blame alone? I've been an official for so many years, and I know how to advance and retreat well. Don't tell me that I'm going to go backward and become stupid?" Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that. It was said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. This method was indeed stable and appropriate. Everyone had nothing to say, but there were still 5 candidates. Everyone's heart trembled. They couldn't help but step back one after another, afraid that they would be nominated by others. What a joke! Was this something easy to control? It was something that could easily cost one's life. But no matter what, this matter was finally decided in this way. Mo Yuntian. Xiedanqiong leaped up and gave out orders like a cannon. "Boss is getting married. This is an absolutely major event between brothers. There's no other major event that can be compared to this." Xiedanqiong laughed loudly. "This day has finally arrived. Men, pass down my order. Qiong Shao is getting married. The whole world will celebrate. Wear red decorations. Announce to the world. Empress, please dress up. We'll set off for Demon Emperor Heaven immediately." Xiedanqiong beamed with joy. Finally, this Mo Yuntian Jade Flower Great Emperor appeared to be more mature among his brothers. At least, he was more mature than Zhu Wushang. However, this calmness lasted for less than half an hour. Madame May hadn't even finished dressing up when Xiedanqiong rushed in. Chapter 2675. Why aren't you done yet? You women, once you put on makeup, there's no end to it. You're not the main character. Xiedanqiong was impatient. Let's go. If we're late, we might miss a lot of fun things. Let's go quickly." Xiedanqiong brought a few experts, brought his wife, and instantly turned into a rainbow and left. "Someone come!" In the big western sky, the solitary Emperor Gu Duxing's face was full of joy. "Pass down my orders." A string of orders almost similar to Dong Wushang and Xiedanqiong's came out in rapid succession. Then this solitary emperor even came out with a murderous aura. "Pass down my orders to all the famous and unknown experts of the big western sky. If they feel that they have the qualifications and are willing to go, they can all go by themselves. Also, all the big sects are not to be left out. Whoever dares not to go, directly slaughter them. That the red packets must be given in full." This order was extremely domineering and unreasonable. Who asked the solitary travel great emperor to be the new great emperor who was currently in the limelight? His words were like the law, and he was simply too domineering. Confirming that the order had already been sent out, Gu Duxing, Gu Miaoling, and Buluqing excitedly flew up, and the official who received this order didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his forehead full of black lines. Previously, he said that he would gather all the experts of this side of the world, and all the big sects would all go to congratulate him. Although it was a bit overbearing, in the end, it was the Sky Emperor's order, and no one dared to disobey. But this was absolutely the first time seeing a newly promoted Sky Emperor, his own brother's wedding, unexpectedly give an imperial decree to give red packets, and even specify the size of the red packets. What kind of concept was this? His Majesty the Solitary Emperor's way of doing things was truly unique. But how could he know that this was actually Gu Duxing's momentary interest? Remembering the time when he got married, a group of brothers extorted from all over the 3 heavens for a grand occasion. Now, Big Brother was getting married. Gu Duxing naturally had to return the favor, imitating the cat and drawing the tiger. Right now, I don't feel like extorting from the 3 heavens, that kind of small place. Directly extorting from this side of the world is good. Who let me be the Sky Emperor of this side of the world? Let's not talk about the pavilion close to the water. Who dares to refuse? Similar situations were also happening in the realms where GMO, Luo Kadi, Rue Batong, Ao Shiun, and the others were. They also gave out orders that were basically the same. Then he excitedly and impatiently rushed towards the Demon Emperor sky. There was still plenty of time. There was still about an hour's time left, and all of them were scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would fall behind others. So much so that these guys had already started planning on how to make a scene in the bridal chamber and how to play pranks on others. Each of them was beaming with delight. How delightful! He was even happier than if he had gotten married himself. At this moment, Yao Huangtian became even busier. Yao Ningning took over the entire situation. Boss getting married in the Demon Emperor's heaven is simply giving face to the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. I'll make sure it's done beautifully for Boss. Yao Tai's words were spoken in a state of extreme excitement and came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't think it through at all, and even announced it in the name of the Demon Emperor Heavens. Announce it to the world. When the Demon Empress heard this, she was almost angered to death by her own son. That brat Chu Yang's wedding in the Demon Emperor's heaven is naturally something we have to do for him, especially when the time is so tight. We definitely have to make preparations for it. Even so, we might not be able to receive so many heroes from all the different worlds on the same day. The Demon Emperor's heaven would naturally do its best to prepare, and do its best to make this wedding a beautiful one. All of this was to be expected, and there was no need to doubt it. But what did you mean by the first sentence you said, you silly girl? What did you mean by Boss getting married in the Demon Emperor's heaven is simply giving face to the entire Demon Emperor's heaven? The moment she thought of this sentence, the Demon Empress was so angry that her head hurt and she felt dizzy. You little bastard, can you be even more useless? How can you speak of it so bluntly? Where is your mother's face? Even if it's the truth, you can't say it like that. You're not giving your mother any face at all. Therefore, when a certain Grand Master arrived at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he came with a tragic limp, and his leg was almost broken by the Demon Empress. As for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of the Demon Emperor's heaven, everyone was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. Several peak-level saints worked together, and they all did their best. With the cultivation of moving mountains and seas, they directly pushed the surrounding mountains of Luohua City out in all directions to an area of 3,000 miles. Anyway, the previous battle with the elves had made Luohua City unworthy of its name. Since it was already unworthy of its name, it didn't matter how big the change was. Therefore, the original area of Luohua City was expanded by no less than 10 times overnight, and large areas of open space appeared around it. Next, simple hotels and inns were built on these open spaces, and countless chefs were recruited from all over the Demon Emperor's heaven. But this didn't seem to be enough. No matter if it was the venue, the residence, or the place to eat, it might not be enough. The new number one person in the Heavenly Imperial Court, Minister Cheong Shao, was going to get married, and he was going to invite friends and family from all over the Heavenly Imperial Court. At that time, it would definitely be a sea of people, and people would follow the crowd. No, it would be like raising one's sleeves and sweating like rain. It really couldn't be squeezed. In view of this, everyone was actively thinking of a way. If it really doesn't work, should we move the surrounding cities? Meng Wuya asked Yao Ningning. Yao Ningning was shocked. We've already made such a big area, and it's still not enough. Don't be confused. It's definitely not enough. Meng Wuya grinned and said in a very confident tone, if we expand the area, this matter will have to be decided by Mother. Yao Ningning said with a sad face, if I decide on my own again, I'm afraid that my remaining leg will be broken. It's not a big deal to break a leg, but Elder Chu's wedding is imminent, and as a brother, I suddenly can't move. This is really bad luck. Meng Wuya was speechless. A few people next to him thought in their hearts, look at you, I want to break your third leg too. While they were discussing, the Demon Empress sent a message at the right time. If necessary, the surrounding cities can be moved back appropriately. When everyone heard this, they all cheered thunderously. Seeing that things were going well, the Tang clan's third young master put in more effort to run around and became the general manager. He was in charge of the overall situation. Everything had to be allocated from his hands. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master could be said to be extremely powerful. One had to know that this was a huge and lucrative position. Even if he did some random work under the Tang clan's third young master, the most inconspicuous work would still make a lot of money. Of all the people who were qualified to attend Minister Cheung Zhao's wedding, which one of them was stingy? This was clearly a golden path of limitless brilliance. And the most important thing was that there were risks in doing other things. But in this matter, who dared to make trouble? Who dared to behave atrociously at Minister Cheung Zhao's wedding? Make trouble? Make trouble? Wasn't this a fucking suicide? Was he tired of living? Even the #1 saint monarch in the past was just a dish for Minister Cheung Zhao. Even the saint monarch was like this, who would dare to make trouble. When the time came, there would be no need for Minister Cheung Zhao to make a move. A mouthful of saliva from everyone here would be enough to make that person swim in the sea. Those who were not good at swimming would probably drown in the sea of saliva halfway through. There was no risk in this kind of super good business. All the guests were rich, and the profits were super rich. A casual tip could let a family eat for 1,000 years. Who wouldn't be envious? Therefore, no matter where the Tang clan's third young master went now, there was a group of merchants nodding and bowing in front of him. Infinitely humble, therefore, the Tang clan's third young master was simply in high spirits and complacent for the past few days. He had the feeling of a superior who controlled the world, like, with the wedding in hand, I have the world. No matter where he went, he had a protruding belly. His figure, which was as thin as a bamboo pole, actually bulged out in an S shape. He was really curvy in front and behind, and his figure was slender. The elf race had long sent people to help. This was the elf emperor's wedding ceremony. How could the elf race not do it personally? They would do their best to help. Everything was done in the best and cleanest way. All the elves were extremely enthusiastic. The unique arrogance of the elf race had completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to make trouble at this moment and ruin the elf emperor's wedding? That person would become the eternal sinner of the elf race. This was what the various old ancestors had repeatedly reminded him before he came here. Under the collective shock of the entire imperial court, the remaining eastern royal heavens was no exception. After Dong Huang Shualehan received this news, he immediately ordered the entire imperial court to hold a grand celebration. After that, Dong Huang Shualehan was still very calm. He calmly arranged everything, neither hurried nor slow. Brother M.O., you don't have to go to the wedding ceremony this time, right? Dong Huang saw that M.O. Qingqing was actually packing her luggage, so he sincerely said, the journey to the demon emperor heaven is long, and you must be very tired. That Chuyang and I are close friends, so I have to go. However, he is just a junior to Brother M.O. Brother M.O. Why do you have to give him face and go personally? Besides, the training of the soldiers in the Eastern Royal Heavens is at a crucial point. I still need Deputy Commander to take care of it. It's not very good for both of us to go, right? M.O. Qingqing snorted, rolled her eyes, and said, Do you think I don't know your dirty thoughts? I'm not going. Then you can go and get the moon first. Dong Huang was furious. What moon first? I've already gotten it, okay? M.O. Qingqing continued to roll her eyes. As long as the two of you haven't confirmed your relationship in front of others, I still have a chance. Even if you have, I can still cause trouble. Shualehan was so angry that his hair stood up. M.O. Qingqing, don't forget your current identity. You're now the Deputy Commander of the Eastern Royal Heavens. I have the right to order you to stay here and guard. M.O. Qingqing didn't think much of it. She sneered. What Deputy Commander? Do I need your orders? It's fine that I listened to you on the battlefield. But now, you dare to shout at me like this. Do you believe that I'll resign immediately? Deputy Commander, what Deputy Commander? Chapter 2676. Xue Leihan was dumbfounded. He was so angry that even his fingers were trembling. You actually made things difficult for me on such a joyous occasion. You. Fine, I'll remember you. I'll remember you, Mo Qingqing. You're indeed a real man. Xue Leihan gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. You're indeed a good friend. A good brother. A real man. You've got guts. Mo Qingqing pointed. Of course I've got guts. You don't have to say that. That's my son. You're awesome. Xue Leihan nodded fiercely. You're awesome. Then he slammed the door and left. Then Dong Huang disappeared. No one knew where he went. Mo Qingqing was still waiting for Xue Leihan to quarrel with her. But after waiting for a long time, she still couldn't find him. She couldn't help but worry. Did he go crazy because of me? Mo Qingqing asked Xue Qi worriedly. Why did he go missing at such an important time? Xue Qi looked at Mo Qingqing with some disdain. She said weakly, I absolutely believe that my brother can definitely make you go crazy. But if you make him go crazy, it seems that you're not good enough. There's still a long way to go. Mo Qingqing was speechless. I say, let's go, Xue Qi said. The journey is slow. Let's just take it as a sightseeing tour. When we reach the Demon Emperor Heaven, we'll be able to make it in time for the wedding. Mo Qingqing was a little hesitant. Although she said it stubbornly, she still couldn't let go of her sense of responsibility. Your brother and I are really not here. Xue Qi, who was addicted to watching the show, saw that this guy actually wanted to back out. How could she be happy? There was no point in always fighting with each other. The three parties were about to meet. The big show was right in front of them. Mo Qingqing, it's impossible for you to back out, she said. Before you came, Lan Tianqiao had been in charge of the army for hundreds of thousands of years. Is there chaos? Yes. You're right. Mo Qingqing was enlightened. Ha. I'll go see Xianer and find out about her recent situation. Xue Qi secretly pursed her lips. The greatest joy in life was watching two celestial emperors fight for a woman's affection. This was really much more satisfying than watching 10 famous dramas. As for Mo Qingqing, I'm sorry, but you can only play a supporting role with my big brother. In any case, you're definitely not the main character. Of course, there were people who were happy in this world, which meant that there were people who were very sad. It was good that he didn't know what to do. This kind of phenomenon gathered on several heavenly emperors. Daluo Heaven, Everlasting Celestial Emperor Ziwuji, Qibei Heaven, Flaming Sun Celestial Emperor Long Yinghuan. The South Pole, the Ice and Snow Celestial Emperor Meng Jinghui, the Heavenly Emperor of the Stupa Heaven, Mo Huichen. These four heavenly emperors could be said to be extremely conflicted if they were to follow the scale of other worlds. We don't have that kind of brotherly relationship with Minister Qiong Shao. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others didn't have any qualms about being extravagant. This didn't matter. They were brothers, after all. He was afraid that it wouldn't make sense. The most important point was that Long Yinghuan and Meng Jinghui had fought a few battles with Chu Yang's brothers before. Their positions were even more awkward. Now that they were stronger than them, they naturally did not want to start another battle. They might not be afraid of tribulations. But on the surface, he was still a celestial emperor and had his own dignity. If he also wanted to imitate like that, he was afraid that he would never be able to take off the hat of a bootlicker. What's their relationship with you? Why are you so active? You're afraid of their strength and want to curry favor with them, right? The most uncomfortable one was Long Yinghuan, the Flaming Sun, Heavenly Emperor. The leader of the Crimson North, Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, was Tan Tan. He was Minister Qiong Zhao's junior brother, the only junior brother. However, this was something that everyone in the world knew about. But it was this Tan Tan who had once suffered under Long Yinghuan's hands. And when Tan Tan's cultivation increased greatly, when he could finally gain the upper hand, he just ran over and beat up Long Yinghuan, the Flaming Sun, Heavenly Emperor. After that, he didn't want anything. He didn't want the throne and didn't want to be heavenly emperor. He just patted his butt and took his wife to purple cloud heavens to kill heavenly demons. This situation made Long Yinghuan even more depressed. In the eyes of everyone in the world, it was Long Yinghuan who forced Tan Tan to leave. This is really He Tian's injustice. At this moment, Long Yinghuan really wanted to cry, but had no tears. At that time, I had already proposed that the winner would be the king. I was also prepared to lose, but he won and just patted his butt and left. Long Yinghuan paced back and forth gloomily. He left like a hoodlum, but I took the blame for this. You don't care about the heavenly emperor's position, but I've had enough. Long Yinghuan kicked the dragon chair for a long time in annoyance. For so many years, I had to listen to Master Yin. After all this time, this guy turned out to be 1,000 saints' true demon. I don't have the face to continue doing this anymore. Finally, someone came to take over, but he patted his butt and left when he could. If he left, I would leave too. But what about Qi Bei Tian? I can't just abandon it. After all, it's the foundation that I have painstakingly guarded. If someone took over, I would be happy, but if I let it wither, I can't bear it. Now, my reputation has also been tarnished. I've long been placed on Master Yun's side. That's not all. I'm still a celestial emperor. At most, I'll just close Qi Bei Heaven and stop communicating with other worlds. But at this time, that stupid, ugly bastard's senior marshal brother has actually become the Jade Sky Minister of the entire Heaven Palace. This really makes me feel very uncomfortable. The pitiful heavenly emperor, Yen Yang, paced back and forth, helpless. Not going? Not taking action? That's even more unacceptable. It was said that those guys were all unreasonable. If they saw that he didn't give face to them, he was afraid that the next day after the wedding, they would have collectively gone to Qi Bei Tian to settle the score. Solitary Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Tian. Heavenly Emperor Qianghua. Heavenly Emperor Xie Yin. Heavenly Emperor Wushang. Oh! Long Yinghuan groaned in pain. These guys are all people who can go against Saint Monarchs. How can I withstand them? They don't have to all come. If one or two come, I'll just wait for death. After being depressed for a long time, he finally made a decision. The capital city will be decorated in red. Then, the 7-star guards will follow me to Demon Emperor Heaven to congratulate. Long Yinghuan sighed sullenly. He was afraid that he could only lose face like this one more time. Otherwise, after the chaos caused by Master Yin, the Heaven Imperial Court would stir up chaos between the worlds again. That was absolutely unacceptable. If they really fought, his title of Myriad Saints' true spirit would definitely not be able to escape. It was too late to clear his name now. So how could he stir up waves again? If they really fought, it would be directly smearing yellow mud on his, but to be honest, Long Yinghuan was not afraid of fighting, not at all. As for death, he was even more afraid. However, what he was afraid of was that his million years of reputation as the Celestial Emperor, once he fought, would only leave behind a stain that could never be washed away for eternity. This result was something that Long Yinghuan could not tolerate no matter what. The rest of you, focus on training the soldiers. Then listen to my orders. As long as I give the order, immediately set off for Purple Cloud, Heaven, to fight the Heaven demons. Long Yinghuan instructed. Yes. Also, if I go to Demon Emperor Heaven this time, even if I suffer any grievances or even get killed, Qi Bei Tian and the rest are not allowed to take revenge. When the others set off to fight the Heaven demons, you guys can also go. Long Yinghuan said indifferently. Your Majesty, all the military officials cried out. There's no need to say any more. Back then, Zi Hao and I had a personal grudge, and I was indeed on Master Yun's side. I was also from the Yun clan's camp. Not sending out troops and not rescuing is a matter of course. Now, this matter concerns the survival of the Heaven Imperial Court. I can't let my emotions affect my decisions. My honor and my life are no longer important. After Long Yinghuan finished speaking, he brought the 7-star guards and soared into the sky. Only Qi Beitian and his subordinates were left, sighing endlessly. Our heavenly emperor, his majesty, is still a man of iron. Even if he had done something wrong, our loyalty to him was not in vain. Yes, I only hope that the other heavenly emperors won't go too far in this trip to Demon Emperor Heaven. Everyone discussed and dispersed. Icy Snow, Heavenly Emperor Meng Jinghui, and Buddha, Heavenly Emperor Amo Huichin. These two people, after a brief mental struggle, announced the following decision. The entire heaven and earth will be draped in red. The emperor will personally go and congratulate. Such an ending did not make anyone feel too surprised. Instead, in the southernmost part of the Heaven Imperial Court, the Daluo Heaven, where news was the most isolated, there was an accident. Daluo Heaven's Wu Ji Celestial Emperor, Zi Wu Ji, expressed a rare unwillingness to personally congratulate. You want to be Minister Cheong Shao, this is not a problem. Everyone agrees, I'll give it to you. It's just a title. Back then, only my lord was like that, and today, Minister Cheong Shao is like that. But you're about to get married, must we personally go? What kind of person do you take me for? A subordinate that you can summon at your beck and call? In this regard, Ziwu Ji was very angry, undisguised anger. No one below dared to say a word. This sentence was really hard to say. In fact, everyone was thinking, when did he say that you have to go? He just sent you an invitation out of the most basic etiquette. In fact, in the current situation, this invitation is already giving us face. It doesn't seem to be forcing us. But this sentence in everyone's heart, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was in a rage. So who would dare to say it out loud? His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor may not be able to provoke Minister Cheong Shao. In fact, he may not even be able to provoke those Heavenly Emperor brothers of Minister Cheong Shao. But he can certainly provoke us. He can destroy us with just a word. Zi Wu Ji clasped his hands behind his back and said angrily, I won't go. Do whatever you want. All the officials were silent. However, at this moment, Chapter 2677, Reporting to Your Majesty. His Majesty Dong Huang has sent a private message, specifically stating that it is for Your Majesty. A guard knelt on the ground and presented the letter. Ziwu Ji was a little surprised and sneered. Dong Huang isn't here to be a lobbyist, is he? You, Shuelehan, are meddling too much? When did it become his turn to meddle in my affairs? With a casual wave of his hand, the letter flew into his hand with a whoosh sound. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, he saw another guard rush over, reporting to Your Majesty. What's the matter now? Zi Wu Ji was a little angry. Why are there so many things today? Can't you see I'm reading a letter? The guard knelt on the ground in fright and said with his head lowered, The Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department has just released the latest news, announcing the identities and origins of the 4 beauties who are about to marry Minister Cheong Shao. So, the identities of Minister Cheong Zhao's wives. Zi Wu Ji became even more impatient. Aren't they just women? Read it. I want to see what the origins of these 4 women are. What kind of extraordinary origins do they have? In the hall, the faces of all the martial ministers remained unchanged, but their hearts were convulsing. Aren't they just women? This was truly a load of nonsense, not just in name, but in reality. They had never seen a man looking for a wife or a man, had they? His Majesty the Sky Emperor's words could really make people laugh uncontrollably. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. This old minister will read it now. The Prime Minister took advantage of the situation, stepped out of the crowd, and took the report from the guard. This move was a sign of respect to avoid trouble. If the identity of Minister Cheong Zhao's bride was announced by an ordinary guard in public, and if the other party wanted to pursue the matter, he would not be able to escape from a great disrespect. And if that group of great emperors really wanted to find trouble, that would be an excellent reason. However, now that the Prime Minister was reading it, Her identity was very different. No matter what, she was still qualified. Everyone present was a shrewd person, so they naturally understood this point. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the Prime Minister had calmly averted a disaster that was likely to befall them. Zi Wuji frowned as he looked at the Prime Minister. Still holding Shui Leihan's letter in his hand, he said somewhat helplessly, "Prime Minister, you're just too cautious. When has our Daluotian ever been afraid of anyone? I wasn't afraid of the Holy Monarch that day, and I didn't dance with him. Today, I won't curry favor with that Minister Cheung Shao. All right, you can read it. Thank you for your permission, Your Majesty." The Prime Minister heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm your father-in-law, I wouldn't have dared to stand out when you were so angry. Minister Cheung Shao is marrying 4 brides at once for this wedding. The first was Mo Qingguo. She is the younger sister of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, who is in charge of intelligence. This time, the news was released by Mo Tianji's Tianji Intelligence Department. So, he naturally put his younger sister, Mo Qingwu, first. When the Prime Minister read out this identity, he couldn't help but be shocked himself. Since ancient times, there were those who were strong, those who were wise, those who had great power, and those who were notorious. However, there had never been anyone who could make the people in power in Tian-Ke say the word fear. Even the former Holy Monarch, Master Yin, and the current Minister Cheung Shao, Chu Yang, might not be feared by everyone. For example, Zi Wuji, the Limitless Emperor, had never really feared these 2 people. However, this convention was broken by one person, and this person was Mo Tianji, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji. Although Mo Tianji didn't have the actual territory ruled by a true great emperor, he had a broader scope of authority. Almost the entire Heavenly Imperial Court was under his influence. Now, who in the world wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji? Even the Eastern Demon Empress might not be able to convince everyone in the world. However, the Celestial Mystery Emperor had lived up to his name, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji. He unified all the intelligence systems in the entire Heavenly Imperial Court and established an extremely huge underground kingdom in a short period of time. He controlled the rise and fall of the Heavenly Imperial Court almost single-handedly. He could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He was recognized as the most scheming and far-sighted person in the Heavenly Imperial Court, the most capable of preparing for a rainy day, the most capable of stabilizing the world, and the most terrifying person. As soon as this identity was mentioned, many people in the everlasting imperial palace's main hall sucked in a breath of cold air. They only felt their hearts tremble. The Limitless Emperor's expression didn't change. He said, "Is that all?" More than that. The Prime Minister said, Mo Qingguo, the sister of the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, the Solitary Emperor, the Evil Cloud Emperor, the Wushang Emperor, and so on. Her cultivation is similar to that of the Demon Empress, the peak of the Saint Realm, and she has gone one step further. She is one of the tribulations. Cough, cough. I have to add that the Solitary Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of Tianji, the Evil Cloud Emperor, the Wushang Emperor, the Jade Flower Emperor, and so on. These people are all one of the tribulations. The military officials were still wondering what this tribulation that appeared out of nowhere was, but when they heard these words, they couldn't help but turn ashen. Oh my God, such a tribulation, isn't it too terrifying? Even this bride actually has a similar cultivation level as the Demon Empress. Doesn't that mean that this bride has the ability to deal with our emperor? Aya, Your Majesty, you should change your fate. You still have to go when you have to go. Otherwise, if the bride comes to find trouble with you, you probably won't be able to deal with her, the Limitless Emperor. Zi Wuji's expression didn't change. He said, "Continue." The second bride is the emperor of a country when Minister Chu Yang went to the mortal world. Her name is Tai Butian. She planned strategies and ruled the world. She defeated the strong as the weak and established the hegemony of the world. Later, she followed Chu Yang to the heavenly imperial court. Her current cultivation is at the peak of the saint realm. A woman was once the emperor of an empire, and she established the hegemony of the world single-handedly, and she was also at the peak of the saint realm. This achievement could be said to be shocking and terrifying. There was a burst of whispers among the officials. The people around Minister Chu Yang of Cheongshao imperial throne were indeed extraordinary and outstanding figures. Zi Wuji's face sank. He said, "Continue. The third one. The third bride is called Wu Qianqian. This woman is the senior sister of Minister Chu Yang. She is also the senior sister of Demon Lord Tan Tan. Her current cultivation is at the peak of the saint realm." The officials were shocked again. This bride was also a very extraordinary character, the senior sister of Minister Chu Yang and the Demon Lord. Why did it feel more and more terrifying? This time, even the limitless emperor, Zi Wuji, who had been calm and collected all this time, secretly twitched his heart. However, this convulsion was not because of Chu Yang, the minister of Jade Clouds. It was because of that Demon Lord Tan Tan. Originally, Tan Tan also gave himself a title of Great Emperor, but the more he heard, the more unpleasant it was to his ears. So he simply didn't use it. He still felt that Demon Lord was the most pleasing to his taste. On one hand, it was in line with his identity. On the other hand, it was also in memory of the Demon King Tan Shao. However, the Demon Lord fought Qi Bei Tian twice. He was famous in the world and shook the universe. Now, everyone knew about this unreasonable and lawless Lord Demon Lord. Of course, the most eye-catching thing about this Demon Lord was that he often did some incredible things. It made people unable to predict what he would do next and what he could do. From nothing, he established a heavenly armament pavilion, but it was completely for fun. After it was broken up, he took revenge crazily. Then his cultivation improved greatly. He officially defeated Heavenly Emperor Yang. When he was about to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, he gave up and went to Purple Cloud Heavens to fight heavenly demons at present. This Demon Lord with the strength of Heavenly Emperor had killed so many people in Purple Cloud Heavens that blood flowed like a river. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying character, and Minister Chu Yang's cultivation was naturally higher than this Demon Lord. This was everyone's common opinion. Otherwise, it was impossible to have a senior brother and a junior brother. One was only a Demon Lord, and the other was a minister recognized by N heavenly emperors. However, no one seemed to be afraid of Chu Yang, the minister of Jade Clouds, because Minister Cheong Shao might be more powerful, but Minister Cheong Shao was a reasonable person. But this Demon Lord was a completely unreasonable existence. The most unsuitable person in this world was this kind of completely unreasonable person. For this kind of person, everyone was destined to have a headache as long as they met him. No matter how they dealt with him, it would be wrong. So far, the first three brides each had a background. Their identities and backgrounds were so terrifying. Then, the last one should be a little more ordinary, right? Since she was ranked last, her family background would definitely be slightly inferior. With the comparison of the first three, even if the last one's background was also very outstanding, it would not show any glory. And the fourth one. For a long time, seeing that the Prime Minister did not continue to speak, Everlasting Heavenly Emperor Zhu Ji could not help but feel a little strange. He raised his eyes to look at the city and countryside and urged. But when he looked at it, he was shocked by what he saw. He saw the Prime Minister staring straight at the news. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his skinny body actually began to tremble. Is the fourth one more powerful than the first three? Is this possible? Impossible. The officials guessed one after another. They could not help but feel uneasy. No matter who it is, Prime Minister, please quickly read it out. Everlasting Heavenly Emperor Zi Wu Ji frowned. With his hands behind his back, he walked back to the dragon throne and sat down calmly. His face returned to calmness, without any fluctuations. This attitude was undoubtedly telling everyone, no matter what happens, no matter who it is, don't panic, don't be shocked because I'm still here. This was a very clear signal. The Prime Minister finally stopped trembling. He coughed hard twice and actually cleared his throat. Then, with an unusually loud and clear voice that was completely not his usual voice, he read aloud, Cheongshao Minister Chuyang, the fourth bride, her name is Zi Xieching. Chapter 2678. When the ministers heard this, they suddenly felt a little strange. The name of this fourth bride actually had the same surname as His Majesty. This was really a bit of a coincidence. After the Prime Minister said the name, he took a deep breath and did not say the specific identity and origin of the bride. Everyone could not help but feel even more strange. They all looked up and collectively watched. Even Ziwu Ji felt that the Prime Minister was really a little abnormal today. So he also looked up. At this moment, the Prime Minister read out the rest of the information in an unusually solemn voice. Zi Xieching, the fourth bride of Cheong Shao Heavenly Minister Chuyang. She is the daughter of Zi Hao, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, and Goddess Piaoping, Ling Piaoping. Boom! This news was like a clap of thunder. The whole hall was silent for a moment, and then it boiled with enthusiasm. Limitless Heavenly Emperor Zi Wuji, who had just sat down and had a calm expression on his face, suddenly stood up, and with a loud bang, the dragon throne behind him shattered into pieces. But he didn't seem to feel anything at this moment. He just stared fixedly at the Prime Minister in front of him, as if he wanted to get some kind of confirmation. The Prime Minister met His Majesty's gaze and nodded deeply and affirmatively. Whoosh! Zi Wuji walked over abruptly, his every step causing the entire hall to shake and tremble. He walked quickly to the Prime Minister's side, took the report, and looked at it carefully again, especially the introduction of Zi Xieching. He read it word by word and confirmed it again and again. Then that pair of tiger-like eyes were actually filled with a watery glow. The next moment, the everlasting celestial emperor, who had never bowed his head to anyone or bowed to any force, suddenly opened his mouth and howled to the sky. Then he began to bawl. Hot tears rolled down his face. The ministers were silent. However, a few of the most senior ministers also had tears in their eyes. Suddenly, the everlasting celestial emperor suddenly stopped crying and shouted, Chuyang, you are really too much of a bully. Too much of a bully. My big brother's daughter, my niece, the princess of 2 great worlds, the so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines. You actually ranked her 4th. This is different from being a concubine. What's the difference? Too much of a bully. He had gone too far. You actually dared to look down on my Z clan like this. This matter absolutely cannot be left at that. The everlasting celestial emperor's beard was bristling. His anger was not fake at all. His eyes were wide open and his hair stood on end. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. It was obvious that the excitement and anger in his heart had reached its peak. At this moment, the entire great overarching heaven felt as if winter had arrived. An icy cold aura almost covered the entire world. Killing intent. Earth-shattering. Most of the officials were shocked to see this unforeseen event. At this moment, the everlasting celestial emperor's words were so shocking that he almost fainted. Big brother? What was going on? That lady named Zi Xieching was obviously the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zishao. She had already made it clear. But how did she become the niece of His Majesty? Just because her surname was Zi. That's not right. That's definitely not right. Does that mean that the purple firmament heavenly emperor, Zihao, is actually the elder brother of the everlasting heavenly emperor? Many old ministers recalled the past, especially during the battle of Zishao Heaven. The great overarching heaven's geographical location was the most remote. It was the furthest from Zishao Heaven among the heavens. One was in the south and the other in the north, separated by millions of miles of mountains and rivers. And the news of the battle was heavily sealed by the time the news of Zixiao heaven being invaded by the heavenly demons reached them. The battle was already nearing its end. The everlasting celestial emperor immediately disappeared for a few days and then returned with injuries all over his body. For some unknown reason, he returned with serious injuries. But despite his serious injuries, the everlasting celestial emperor still stubbornly insisted on sending troops to Zixiao heaven. But everyone still remembered. At that time, there were people who had doubts. The journey to Zixiao heaven was millions of miles away, and they had to pass through several heavens and earth. There would definitely be many disputes in the process. But the everlasting celestial emperor was stubborn and refused to compromise. He even said, "If anyone dares to stop me, I will directly attack them." At that time, the celestial emperor had clearly sunk into complete madness. However, when the army had just finished reorganizing and was about to set off for battle, there was news that the heavenly emperor of Zixiao heaven, Zihao, had died in battle and the entire Zixiao heaven had fallen. At that time, the everlasting celestial emperor, who was standing on the stage, vomited blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. At that time, the serious injuries on His Majesty's body had been forcibly suppressed for a long time, but he had been holding on with all his might. But the arrival of that news completely knocked the everlasting celestial emperor down. The injuries at that time were even more serious. After recuperating for thousands of years, he still could not fully recover, so the truth was actually like this. It turned out that the heavenly emperor of Zixiao heaven, Zihao, was His Majesty's biological elder brother? But regarding this layer of identity, everyone was still completely unaware. But looking at the Prime Minister and the few old ministers who had followed the everlasting celestial emperor for the longest time, they were not surprised by this news. Obviously, they had known about it long ago. The group of martial ministers looked at Zi Wuji with extremely complicated gazes. They were all silent, waiting for His Majesty to speak again. Heavenly Emperor of Zixiao heaven, Zihao. What kind of legend was that? What kind of unparalleled hero was that? Strong and unyielding, resisting the heavenly demons, looking at the entire heaven imperial court, who did not respect him. The heavenly emperor of this heaven turned out to be the younger brother of the purple firmament heavenly emperor. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry," the Prime Minister said in a low voice. This ranking was issued by the Celestial Mystery Intelligence Department of the Celestial Mystery Emperor. Of course, the Celestial Mystery Emperor arranged it himself. Mo Qingguo is the Celestial Mystery Emperor's younger sister. It's human nature for the Celestial Mystery Emperor to put her at the front. This may not have anything to do with the status of the princess. If you want to know the truth, I'm afraid you will have to go there in person. Zi Wuji said loudly, "Of course. My biological niece is getting married. Her father and mother are no longer here. So as her uncle, I am her father. How can I not be there when I'm her only family member? The Princess of Two Heavens is getting married. How can I be so casual and shabby? Come." The everlasting celestial emperor's eyes were still filled with tears at this moment as he turned around and shouted. But the ministers all felt that. The situation in front of them seemed a bit strange. It seemed that in his life, since the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor, His Majesty had never been as upright as he was today. His spirit had also never been so uplifted. It seemed like something that had been lost for a long time. After countless years of silence, it had once again awakened in him. Everyone could not help but burst into tears at this moment. Only now did everyone know how great of a blow the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor had dealt to Zi Wuji. It actually made this iron-boned celestial emperor of a generation go through countless years in sadness, and he never truly recovered. Tell the Empress, tell her to prepare this emperor's niece's dowry as soon as possible. I want the best, the most beautiful, the most precious, the more the better. Zi Wuji's eyes lit up as he shouted. Yes, When the princesses of our great overarching heaven and purple firmament heavens get married, the dowry cannot be shabby no matter what. It must be sufficient. It must be in place. Do you understand? Even if the entire great overarching heaven is emptied. I also have to support my niece. This matter concerns the names of the two heavens, do you understand? Zi Wuji's voice was a little hoarse, almost like he was roaring. Light up the 10 largest flying boats in this heavens to transport my niece's dowry. Prepare them immediately. Prepare the ceremony. It must be the most gorgeous, the most beautiful, the most beautiful, the most solemn, the most powerful. All relatives, board the flying boats. My niece is getting married, but her family is not here. What a scandal. Although Zi Wuji's voice was hoarse, it was getting louder and louder, and his essence, qi and spirit were becoming more and more exuberant. His majestic chest rose and fell rapidly, and his pupils even showed signs of enlarging at this moment. I will go personally, no matter the cost, as long as it is the best, the fastest. The face of my great overarching heaven can be lost. The face of I, Zi Wuji, can be trampled on by anyone. However, this matter concerns the face of purple firmament heavens. It cannot be lost. The face of purple firmament heavenly emperor cannot be lost. The face of purple firmament princess cannot be lost. Get to it immediately. Tomorrow morning, I will set off immediately. Quick, quick, quick. A series of orders were roared out in a thunderous manner. Finally, as if venting, Zi Wuji let out an earth-shattering roar, "Hurry!" Then he stood in a daze for a long time, and suddenly burst into tears again like a child. After a while, he covered his face and disappeared in a flash. He must have found a quiet place to vent his emotions, or perhaps to reminisce about something. The military officials did not dare to neglect and immediately took action. Everyone's eyes were filled with hot tears. The entire great overarching heaven was operating at an unprecedented speed. A day's time was really short, but in a day's time, under full cooperation and extreme operation, many things could be done. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Zi Wuji could not wait to bring all the people and immediately set off, rushing to Demon Emperor Heaven at full speed. It was just that the battle array of great overarching heaven was quite shocking. Even the battle array of Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and the others was far inferior. The specific situation could be imagined. Hundreds of miles of the sky were lined up in a row, draped in red, and wherever they passed, fresh flowers would flutter. It was a majestic scene. Emperor Wu Ji's eyes were red. Obviously, he hadn't slept at all last night. With his cultivation, even if he hadn't slept at all, he wouldn't be like this. Most likely it was because he had done that all night that his eyes were red. I'm going to take a good look today. If Chu Yang treats my niece well, I'll reluctantly accept him as my niece's son-in-law. With his current achievements and status, he's barely worthy of my niece. But if he treats my niece badly, I'd rather destroy the entire Daluo heavens to seek justice for this. I will bring my niece back. Princess of Purple Firmament Heavenly Palace, who dares to slight her? Zi Wuji stood upright, his eyes like lightning. Chapter 2679. The Prime Minister, who was accompanying him, reminded him, "Your Majesty, you didn't seem to have finished reading the intelligence yesterday. Our princess is also at the peak of the Saint Realm, and her cultivation is even higher. She's on par with Minister Chu Yang." The Prime Minister's words were full of hidden meaning. What he meant was, with such a high cultivation, who would dare to bully her? Who could bully her? It was more like she was bullying others, right? Such a cultivation. Even if she was facing Master Yin, it would be enough. You, as her uncle, are probably no match for her. Zi Wuji was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Like father, like daughter. The daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud. He wants her. My niece, he wants her. She's really my niece. She's the pride of our Zi family. The flying boat rose into the sky. Zi Wuji sat on the throne in the boat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he remembered that Xue Leihan seemed to have sent a letter. He didn't have time to read it because he was blinded by the fire. He hurriedly took it out and thought, Xue Leihan doesn't seem to know my identity yet. Why did he suddenly send this letter? I heard that he has a good relationship with Chu Yang, and they even call each other brothers. This time, I've really taken advantage of him. He opened the letter and saw that there was only one sentence on it. Chu Yang's wife, Zi Xieching, is the biological daughter of your big brother, and Ling Piaoping. You can't not go. It was such a brainless sentence, but it was enough to explain everything. Zi Wuji stared at the letter in a daze. After a long time he murmured, No wonder, no wonder. Many doubts that he had in the past were all cleared up in this sentence. It was Xue Leihan. He actually knew about his relationship with his big brother. Originally, he and Xue Leihan were just acquaintances. After Zi Hao died in battle, Xue Leihan didn't hesitate to put down his identity and come to Daluo Heaven to protect him. He even consumed his own cultivation to treat his injuries. No wonder he saw Xue Leihan every time after that. He always felt that he wanted to be friends with him, but after some hesitation, he deliberately kept a distance. Even when he took the initiative to befriend him, he still kept his distance. No wonder he was stopped by Xue Leihan several times when he wanted to send troops to purple cloud heavens. Every time he told himself that it was not the right time yet. He remembered that time. He had even fought quite a few rounds with Xue Leihan in uncontrollable rage. I know that you and my brother are life and death brothers. But why don't you take revenge yourself? Why do you want to prevent me from taking revenge? But when he thought about it later, he felt that Xue Leihan's choice was right. To show off one's bravado would only result in a meaningless sacrifice. It was useless. It was no wonder that whenever he encountered something difficult and was unable to make a decision, he only needed to look at how the Donghuang Heaven did it and then follow suit. It turned out that Xue Leihan was deliberately guiding him. Furthermore, the Lord's authority was overwhelming, and his aura pressured the heavens. If Xue Leihan really showed any abnormalities, if I was discovered by the sage, I'm afraid that I would have already. In that case, Xue Leihan had actually been secretly protecting her all these years. He had buried all the truth in the bottom of his heart and only gave himself a false impression, as well as a lot of silent help then. For so many years, how much pressure had Xue Leihan endured alone? How much bitterness? Thinking of this, Zi Wuji's heart ached. He believed that if it wasn't for this time, Xue Leihan knew that he definitely wouldn't go, and he was also afraid that he would miss the wedding of his elder brother's daughter. So he specially reminded him he probably still wouldn't have sent this letter. Zi Wuji sighed sadly, feeling inexplicably ashamed. For so many years, how many times had he scolded Xue Leihan openly and secretly? It was really too many to count. Just because of his elder brother's death, he unreasonably vented his anger on his best friend Xue Leihan, unreasonably blamed him for not sending reinforcements. But wasn't he also tightly sealed at that time, unable to send reinforcements? What right did he have to blame Xue Leihan? Thinking of this, Zi Wuji couldn't help but blush. Suddenly he thought of something and said, Prime Minister, you see that Xue Leihan and my elder brother are sworn brothers. It's very likely that he already knew my identity long ago. I have a prejudice against him and a knot in my heart. I admit that I was wrong, but since he knew everything, why didn't he acknowledge me? Why is that? Xue Leihan shouldn't be such a vengeful person, and even if he did, he wouldn't have helped me. But he has always helped me, yet he never acknowledged me and never befriended me. Why is that? What Zi Wuji couldn't figure out the most was this matter. The Prime Minister looked at him with his wise eyes and said softly, Your Majesty, if I were His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, I'm afraid I wouldn't acknowledge you either. Why? I know he wants to protect me, But it's not to the extent of not acknowledging me and letting me misunderstand him for countless years. Ziwuji was extremely puzzled. Haha, it's probably because your Majesty's temper and character are too similar to your elder brother's. The same heroic spirit, the same unparalleled firmness, the same unbending majesty. The Prime Minister sighed deeply. So Xue Leihan doesn't dare to acknowledge you. What do you mean? Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Ziwuji was even more puzzled. Because he's afraid of you. Afraid that you will replace your elder brother's position in his heart. The Prime Minister sighed. In Xue Leihan's life, he only has your elder brother, Zi Hao, as his life and death brother. Regardless of life and death, he's the only one. So he only acknowledges Zi Hao. He will never acknowledge anyone else. Even if you are Zi Hao's brother. Your character, temper, and style are so similar to your elder brother's. Once you interact with Xue Leihan for a long time, as your mutual acknowledgement deepens, he's afraid that your elder brother's impression in his heart will gradually fade. He doesn't want it to fade, even if it's just a possibility. So he can befriend anyone in the world and do anything for you, but he will never be close to you as a brother. That's the case. He helps you, he protects you. No matter what he does for you, his original intention is for Zi Hao and not for you, Ziwuji. The Prime Minister's penetrating eyes were full of emotions. He said softly, Xue Leihan is really a sentimental person. He looked at the dumbstruck Ziwuji and said, even if it's revealed this time, but after Minister Chu's wedding, Xue Leihan will still return to his original state and can do things for you, help you and protect you. But he will gradually drift away from you, and you can't go to him. I understand. Ziwuji let out a long sigh. But if that's the case, won't I not even be able to say sorry to him? Yes. The Prime Minister looked at Ziwuji at this moment, not at the everlasting Heavenly Emperor, but at his own son-in-law. He said earnestly, I know that if you don't say sorry, you will definitely feel very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it is, you can only endure it. You must never say it. Although it's just 3 words, you must never say it. This is not escaping, but taking responsibility. The old man patted Ziwuji's shoulder gently. I know. Ziwuji's voice rang out. At this moment, the everlasting Heavenly Emperor was really powerless. He straightened his back and said lightly, I will take responsibility. The old man nodded, turned around and left. Ziwuji sat alone in a chair, staring blankly for a long time. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh. He murmured, Big brother, I really envy you. You can make such a brother, but I can't. It turned out that the person who valued his big brother the most was not him, but Xue Leihan, who loved him so much that he would do anything for him. This undying brotherly love, this brother who had died 1,000,000 years ago, still did everything he could to protect this brotherly love. Ziwuji looked up to the sky and sighed, silently thinking to himself, Big brother Xue, for your protection, I will also alienate you in the future. But once something happens to you, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect you. What you can do for me, I can do for you as well. The airship of great overarching heaven advanced steadily and at a high speed. Their target was the monster Emperor Heaven. Every time they advanced a certain distance, Ziwuji would feel his heart beating faster. His big brother's daughter, the niece he had never met. What did she look like? Did she look more like his big brother or his sister-in-law? How did she survive all these years without anyone to take care of her? Her strength had already grown to a level beyond his own. For this achievement, how much did she suffer? Thinking of this, Ziwuji felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife. Extremely sad. The news of Chu Yang's wedding had also spread to purple cloud heavens. The generations of brothers were all grinning from ear to ear when they heard the news. They were even happier than when they got married themselves. Although they had great responsibilities, and could not go to congratulate. They had already agreed that on the 10th day of the 10th month, even if they had no time, even if it was a shift, they would still get drunk. The wedding of the tribulation, sword master. If we brothers don't celebrate for him, who will? I wonder if he has found boss yet. Right now, Wu Jueching had already returned to where his brothers were. Although his strength was inevitably a little weaker, he wasn't too far off. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to catch up. He has already become Minister Cheung Shao. Even if he hasn't found him yet, he will definitely find him in the future. June Weiling smiled. I really did not expect that the current Minister Cheung Shao, the person who controls the entire Heaven Imperial Court, is actually a tribulation sword master. Just for this matter, we must also have a drink. Moreover, it is such a big wedding. As they were talking, they saw a person with long hair walking over from the other side of the first bridge, with a murderous aura all over his body. Demon Venerable, Tan Tan, the final madness of the proud world. It's over. 30 chapters in 3 days. A month of continuous fighting is about to end. Chapter 2682. Demon Venerable Tan Tan had once again returned after slaying the heavenly demons. The murderous aura on his body gradually dissipated as he approached. He gradually returned to his usual appearance. He twisted his buttocks, and the bloodstains on his body turned into flying ashes, leaving his body and clothes. In an instant, his body became spotless as if it were brand new. Seeing these guys in front of him, so happy, Tan Tan came over with great interest. He looked at everyone and suddenly said with a shocked face, "Wow, what happened? Why are you so happy? Quickly tell me, and let me be happy too." Everyone suddenly collapsed. Demon Venerable Tan Tan's cultivation is high and his ability is strong. But can you not make such an exaggerated, shocked expression every time you speak? We really don't think you're ugly, really. Oh, by the way, do you think I'm handsome today? Am I even more handsome than before? Tan Tan was extremely shocked as he asked. The group of brothers who had guarded the first bridge for many years had become incomparably tough. Their bodies twitched and they fainted on the ground. June Weiling smiled bitterly. Demon Venerable Tan Tan, your senior brother is about to get married. Aren't you going to congratulate him? It wasn't that June Mo Ling was being too polite to Tan Tan. It was just that he had no other choice. Tan Tan was a person who had a habit of befriending him, and it just so happened that he liked all of his brothers as well. So he was very friendly to everyone. In the beginning, everyone was very interested in this new little brother, and they could feel Tan Tan's sincerity. So everyone became good friends in a very short time. They were like brothers. However, there were still limits to this thing of knowing each other well. They could block a blade for you, and they could sell their lives for you. They could die for you at a critical moment. But there were some things that couldn't be resisted. For example, Tan Tan's eccentricity. Every time after a big battle, everyone would be tired. He would come over and ask, "Am I handsome? Am I even more handsome than yesterday?" And so on. Once or twice, everyone would agree. But 3 or 4 times, everyone would reluctantly answer. But Tan Tan didn't seem to know how to control himself. He would ask whenever he got the chance. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, and 8 questions were asked. The brothers who had robbed Tan Tan this time were high-spirited men. So they weren't willing to speak against their conscience, even when facing their own brothers. They were willing to deal with Tan Tan once, twice, and thrice. This was already the limit. But Tan Tan didn't have any insight in this regard. So he still didn't ask anything. Everyone was helpless. So June Mo Ling came up with a crooked idea. He secretly told everyone that as long as Tan Tan asked him whether he was handsome or not. So everyone used the name of Lord Demon, Lord Tan Tan, and raised him up. Only when he no longer asked those unconventional questions would everyone call him by his name. Tan Tan had been called this way by everyone for the first 2 days. And It had seemed to be very satisfying. However, it had gradually become disgusting after the novelty of these 2 days had passed. As soon as he heard the other party address him as Lord Devil, Venerable Tan-Tan, he immediately turned around and left. Only then did they no longer feel disgusted by each other. Fortunately, Tan-Tan didn't have any other hobbies besides not asking people whether they were handsome or not. Apart from this disgusting little episode, he didn't have any other hobbies. Everyone got along well, and there was no gap between them. Today, after returning from a big battle, Tan-Tan habitually asked everyone if he was handsome or not. June Mo Ling also used the term habitually to reply, "Ah, what did you say?" Tan-Tan was really surprised this time. However, he ignored the extent of his shock. He actually pulled his face flat and opened his mouth wide. "My senior martial brother is getting married?" Tribulation's brothers all smiled and nodded, indicating that this was true. Only the other think tanks had faint worries in their eyes. Right now, the Heavenly Demons' offensive was getting more and more intense. Moreover, there were more and more Heavenly Demon King level experts. Many of their offensive power had already exceeded the limit of their brother's defensive ability, and Tan-Tan's current strength was definitely the strongest expert here. There was no one who could compare. If Tan-Tan went back to attend Chu Yang's wedding, the overall strength of the defense here would probably drop by more than half after suddenly losing such a tyrannical expert. And the Heavenly Demon side would still attack with the same degree of strength as Tan-Tan's defense. In fact, they might even increase the intensity of their attacks. Relying on everyone's defense alone, the situation wasn't optimistic. There was a risk of the defense line collapsing at every turn. But at this moment, no one opened their mouth to speak. It was already inappropriate for them not to go back to the wedding of Tribulation Swordmaster. But they couldn't let others not go back, right? What's more, this person was Chu Yang's junior brother. Tan carefully read the information from Tian, Quebec. The joy on his face grew stronger and stronger. However, the look in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. After a long time, he put down the information from Tianji Intelligence Department and didn't speak for a long time. "What are you still thinking about? Quickly pack up and get ready to go back." Ji Huitian smiled and looked at Tan-Tan. "We will definitely hold on." Everyone said together, "Don't worry." Tan-Tan's face was even heavier. His previous cynicism and all kinds of funny and strange things had disappeared at this moment. He struggled for a long time. Finally, he lowered his head and said, "I won't go back." After saying this, he was silent for a while. Then he said in a low voice, "I won't go back. Chu Yang, I'm sorry. This place. I really can't leave." He turned around silently and said softly, "Tell Tianji Intelligence Department to send my regards to my senior brother. I can't go back. I'll wait for him here." The black-clothed figure disappeared into the thick fog. The Tribulation brothers remained silent when they saw that Tan-Tan was behaving like this. On the other side of the first bridge, there was a loud roar. It was the voice of Tan-Tan who had just returned. "You hateful heavenly devils! You delayed my wedding. Go to hell! Go to hell! All of you go to hell!" Obviously, Demon Venerable Tan-Tan was very uncomfortable about not being able to go back. So, he vented his resentment on all the heavenly devils. Everyone's faces were solemn. "Good job! Good job!" June Weiling and Ji Huitian said almost at the same time. On the other side, Chu Yang rushed to the eastern royal sky as fast as lightning. In order to hurry up as much as possible, he even used what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world several times to shorten the travel time. When he arrived at the eastern royal sky, General Lan and the Prime Minister were frightened by the travel-worn minister's seat. "What's going on?" "His Majesty went to attend your wedding." "Why did you, the bridegroom, come to our side?" His Majesty didn't go to your place?" "This, the passage to the heavens continent." "We don't know. His Majesty has always kept that passage a secret." Only he knows about it. Others don't know about it at all. It's His Majesty's secret. Chu Yang was dumbfounded this time. He had suffered untold hardships and trekked all the way to the eastern royal sky in a hurry. He wanted to go to the heavens continent through the secret passage in the eastern royal sky to bring his parents up to attend his wedding. It didn't seem right for his parents not to be present at his wedding. But Xue Leihan actually disappeared at this time, and others didn't know where the passage was. Back then, in order to keep the heavens continent a secret, Xue Leihan had personally sealed all the passages. On the basis of complete sealing, he spent a lot of magical powers and a lot of time to open up a private passage. It could be said that without Xue Leihan's permission, even if 10 saint monarchs joined forces, they wouldn't be able to reach the heavens continent. But this also meant that this passage was a secret that only Xue Leihan knew about. No one else knew about it. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Even though Chu Yang's cultivation was very high, he was helpless in this situation. The Prime Minister and Great General Lan looked at each other in dismay as they saw the disappointment on the minister's face. They were helpless. Tianji, quickly help me find out where Dong Huang is now. Chu Yang sent a message to Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji quickly passed down the order. But Dong Huang was nowhere to be seen in the sea of people. It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. After staying for half a day, Chu Yang, who didn't manage to find Dong Huang's whereabouts, rushed back to the Demon Emperor Heaven in disappointment. Going back and forth was as fast as lightning, but the feeling of going back and forth was absolutely different. He came with excitement and happiness. Father, mother, I'm getting married. I'm going to bring you all over for the wedding banquet and tea. But when he went back, Chu Yang didn't know how frustrated he was. He was too impulsive in this matter. He was too impulsive. Time was too tight. Chu Yang made a plan. With his cultivation level, he could rush to the eastern royal heavens, descend from the eastern royal heavens, and bring his parents, Mo Tianji, and the others' families up. In total, it would take him less than 10 days to complete this journey. But what he didn't expect was that when everything was arranged and planned, the key person, Xue Leihan, just had to disappear. Regarding this, Chu Yang was extremely vexed. However, the moment he returned to the Demon Emperor's heaven, all he could see was red and colorful decorations, as if they had blotted out the sky. Chu Yang quickly put away the regret in his heart. He was the groom. What did he look like if he cried? As a groom, he had to look like a groom. Demon Emperor Heaven, Luohua City. At this moment, Luohua City, which had been baptized by the flames of war, was once again filled with flowers. Luohua City, which was devastated and covered in scorched earth, was restored to its former glory. It was even better than before. This time, the elf clan didn't hesitate to sprinkle the spring water of the spring of life that they had just cultivated. They even sprinkled countless flowers and trees on the ground, making the land within a radius of 30,000 miles full of fresh flowers and green grass. This time, the newly promoted elf emperor was going to marry the 4 empresses. It was a family matter. How could they not put in a lot of effort to prepare? Walking on the road was really like walking on satin flowers. Their eyes were full of vitality. It was really indescribably refreshing. After receiving the news, all the heroes rushed over. Chapter 2683. Many of the experts from the Demon Emperor Sky who were closer had already arrived. Every day, every hour, every moment, there would be countless new faces appearing. It was getting more and more lively. As the host of all this, Tang Clan's 3rd young master Tang Yongwei was so busy these days that even when he went to the toilet, there were people waiting outside with money. This made Tang Yongwei furious. He exploded. "You don't even let me go to the toilet. Is there any logic to this?" Someone smiled obsequiously. "Cough, 3rd young master. You can go to the toilet every day, but we don't have many opportunities to earn money. Please bear with us." Tang Yongwei was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he flew into a rage. "Bullshit! What do you mean I can do that every day? Fuck! You're the one, doing that every day. Chu Yang had just returned to the Demon Emperor Heaven when he was greeted with a flurry of punches. Not a single one of the brothers was missing. All of them gathered together. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Ao Shiyun, Xiadanqiong, Mo Tianji, Rui Batong, GMO Luokadi, Yao Ningning, Mo Lei, Huyan Aobua, Madame Mei, Lady Sacrifice, Chu Lu Gu Miaoling, and so on. Everyone was laughing and jumping. When they saw Chu Yang, they swarmed forward and flipped this Minister Cheong, Xiao, to the ground. Then they jumped up one by one and started to fight. The women smiled and watched at the side. Then they swarmed in to look for Mo Qinggu and the rest. Many of the experienced ones naturally went in to pass on their experience. Chu Yang was pressed down at the bottom by everyone. He smiled and begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me. This is my big day. Brothers, give me some face, give me some face. If it really is your big day, we will definitely give you some face. It's just that your big day is not today. Ha ha ha. The brothers laughed and jumped even more happily. After messing around for a while, everyone sat together to discuss the matter. After hearing that Chu Yang couldn't go down, everyone fell silent. Mo Tianji said, "Since that's the case, there's no other way. There's nothing we can do about it. We can go back and report when there's a chance in the future. The most important thing right now is, you see, the 4 brides can't stay here. They can't marry into their own families. Let's split the spoils first. Qing Wu is obviously on my side. I'm sending my sister off to get married. This is a matter of course." Mo Tianji proudly said, "I am eldest uncle. I want to sit at the head of the table." This reason was perfectly justified. No one could say anything else. "In your dreams," Gu Duxing said, "our big western sky is responsible for sending off sister-in-law Butian to get married. That's settled. No one is allowed to fight with me over this. Whoever dares to snatch it will have to ask my black dragon sword. All right, Mo Yuntian will be in charge of sending Qian Qian off. Sister-in-law Qian Qian likes to wear black, and our Mo Yuntian likes to wear black. It is a perfect match." Xiat Dan Qiong rushed in. "In order to fight for this spot, even the sky has turned black. Isn't Mo darker than black?" Everyone laughed together. "Our clear sky sect, our extreme heaven," Dong Wushang and Ao Xiaoyun spoke together, clearly unwilling to fall behind. The other brothers also started to fight. Mine. You're nothing. You don't have anything over there. Do you want sister-in-law to get married in a shabby manner? Get lost. What do you have over there? Quickly get lost." The first 3 spots were snatched away in the blink of an eye. The others were anxious, and they were about to get into a fight. "Cough, cough, I'll talk. Cough, cough." Yao Ningning coughed loudly, but everyone ignored her completely. The Grand Elder was furious. With a pew sound, he jumped onto the table and bellowed from above, "All of you stop! Listen to me." His voice was like thunder. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Immediately, they turned their heads, and their eyes were filled with amusement. "Oh, not bad. You actually dare to shout at us. Do you know who I am?" Dong Wushang looked askance. "Not bad. You actually dare to stand on the table and talk to us. Why are you so arrogant?" Ao Xiaoyun tilted his head. "Come down. Obediently lie down and do push-ups. Otherwise, the few of us will pull you out and throw you into the cesspool." GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rui Batong shouted loudly. "I haven't finished speaking. Wait for me to finish speaking. Then you can tell me what you want." Yao Ningning straightened her neck. "I'll tell you. Zi Xieching is our clan's." Everyone instantly started to jeer, but Yao Ningning continued loudly. "Sister-in-law Zi is the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao, and also the daughter of my mother's best friend, Aunt Ling Piaoping. The demon race is her mother's clan. Uncle Dongwang is also the sworn brother of the heavenly emperor of Zi Hao. The two of them are the closest elders to sister-in-law Z in this world. They have already instructed that no matter how you look at it, sister-in-law Z has to set out from our demon emperor heaven. She has to marry from the demon imperial palace and marry into the Chu clan. My mother asked me to inform you of these matters. There's no room for discussion. Yao Tai had the backing of the East Emperor Demon Empress. At this moment, he was obviously very confident. His voice was also rough and full of aura. Unexpectedly, everyone objected in unison. No, our sister-in-law should be sent off by us, no matter who wants to snatch her away, not even the East Emperor Demon Empress. You little rascal! How dare you use the East Emperor Demon Empress to pressure us? Everyone beat him up. Dong Wushang shouted. Everyone present rubbed their palms and pulled Yao Ningning down to give him a beating. Yao Ningning complained incessantly. By Shi Xian, who was at the side, sighed. My fiancé's brain is really in a knot. Why doesn't he look at the situation before speaking? Among the people present, there were quite a few who had the status of Heavenly Emperor. Every one of them was at the peak of cultivation and was not inferior to the East Emperor Demon Empress. If they had discussed it properly, there might have been hope. They had said it well at the beginning, using the mother's clan and elders as the starting point. It was obviously righteous, and no one could refute it. However, the bad part was the last sentence. Inform? No room for discussion? Who do you think you are? Who do you think these people are? You're using the name of the East Emperor Demon Empress to pressure them. Aren't you looking for trouble and making yourself uncomfortable? In this world, other than their common boss Chu Yang, who else could suppress them? Countless flags fluttered in the wind around Luohua City. If one looked down from the sky, it seemed to be an ocean of flags below. Dancing with you, Cheong Shao. Conquering the world with you. The minister's wedding banquet, the whole world celebrates. Going to war with the extraterrestrial demons, swearing an oath. Drinking the minister's wine today, spilling blood in the purple cloud heavens tomorrow. Everlasting. The seas run dry, and the rocks crumble. A man must drink the minister's wine. A man must fight in the purple cloud heavens. After drinking the minister's wine in this life, I have no regrets as a man. Going to war with the extraterrestrial demons, I don't have to fear being buried in the purple cloud heavens. In the most central position, a towering flag stood tall. It was no less than a few 100 feet long and wide. It fluttered in the wind. On the flag, there were 12 words that were particularly eye-catching. Cheers and drinks tonight. Fighting in the purple cloud heavens tomorrow. All kinds of flags were written to congratulate the newlyweds, and there were also flags to swear an oath to go to war. They were intertwined with each other, but it was so harmonious, because everyone knew. Minister Cheong Zhao's wedding was actually a ceremony to fight the extraterrestrial demons in the heavenly imperial court. Minister Cheong Zhao would announce to the world that she would fight the extraterrestrial demons on this day. Minister Cheong Zhao was equivalent to using her wedding and wedding wine as a feast for the 10 worlds to gather and fight the extraterrestrial demons. Such a wedding banquet. It was the only one in history. Such a feast was the only one in the world. Everyone wanted to drink this cup of wine. Everyone could feel that this cup of wine could make the blood of their men burn to the extreme. Happy time always passed exceptionally quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th of October. There were still 3 days before Chu Yang married the 4 beauties. Tribulations, brothers, left one after another in the past few days to go back and make preparations. Of course, they didn't return to their respective worlds. Instead, they returned to their own world's camp and prepared to send off the brides. That was because the representatives of the various worlds had arrived one after another. The great emperors who didn't do their jobs ran out one by one in advance. The ceremonial team followed behind. They were still slower by more than 10 days. Of course, for such a large ceremonial team, this speed and this distance were already commendable. From the 7th of October onwards, it seemed that time had suddenly slowed down as if it had stopped. Everyone felt that time was really passing too slowly. Everyone couldn't wait for the arrival of the 10th day of the new year. Luohua City, a sea of people. There seemed to be no adjectives that could describe the enthusiasm here. All the experts of the 10 great worlds from all over the world had gathered here. Countless old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years suddenly reunited here. They held hands and looked at each other as if a lifetime had passed. Then there was ecstatic drinking. At the same time, there were also countless people of the pugilistic world who were sworn enemies with each other who accidentally met here. However, they didn't fight on the spot. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Either you die or I die. But it's too easy for you to die in my hands. I think so too. We're about to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Let's see who's better on the battlefield. If you die in the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, I will let go of your family, and the enmity will be settled. You too, if you die in the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, I won't pursue your family. If you and I are lucky enough to survive this battle, we will determine the winner based on the merits of slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons. The one with the lower merits will commit suicide to atone for his crime. This will be considered as settling the enmity. That's right. The one with the lower merits really doesn't deserve to live in this world. If I don't kill as many enemies as you, I deserve to die. If you're not as good as me, don't complain. We're the same, and we die without resentment. We're the same, and we die without resentment. Let's have a drink at the minister's wedding and get drunk before the enmity. Okay. See you on the battlefield of the extraterrestrial demons. Life in the pugilistic world is just a cup of wine, and we can talk about life and death grudges. Okay. Chapter 2684. Such a scene happened almost every moment in Luohua City. The grudges of the martial world and the open-mindedness of the imperial court experts were all revealed at this moment. Who said that men were not upright? Who said that the common people were not broad-minded? Even the most narrow-minded people felt their blood boiling at this moment. They were not inferior to their opponents at all. There were even many people who suddenly felt, "Damn it, I was a real man just now." Why didn't they realize it before? The first half of their lives were simply in vain. Luohua City was filled with the fragrance of flowers and wine. Finally, it was the beginning of the day. Tomorrow was the official day of the minister's wedding. Everyone's blood was boiling at the same time, but their hearts were so nervous that they seemed to be unable to beat. Luohua City, which had been noisy for a month, was inexplicably quiet today. The darkness before dawn, the silence before the explosion. Everyone felt that when the next sound was made, the entire imperial court would instantly explode. Shuel Leihan, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared in Chu Yang's palace. "Chu Yang, congratulations on your wedding." Shuel Leihan waved his hand. "My gift to you for your wedding is a surprise." Chu Yang abruptly stood up. He rubbed his eyes hard. "Father, mother, third uncle, you." Chu Yang was so surprised at this moment that he was incoherent. He was so happy that his heart almost exploded, but tears suddenly flowed down. He thought that there were still regrets in his wedding. Among his relatives, other than Chu Lu-er, he had no regrets. No one else would be fated to attend it. Unexpectedly, in front of him were Chu Feiling, Yang Ruolin, Chu Yang's family, and Chu Yang's friends in Heaven Imperial Court. Mo Tianji's family. In addition, there were two beautiful little guys, Yu Shaodai, and Chu Yang's son, little Taiyang. The relatives and friends that Chu Yang wanted to bring over were all here at this moment. Not a single one of them was missing. All of them had appeared here. Yang Ruolin saw them and rushed over without a word, tears streaming down her face. She hugged her son tightly. However, after the ecstasy, Chu Yang was unanimously criticized. His ears hurt because Yang Ruolin had already pinched them. "You little bastard, Your wedding is such a big thing, and you actually want to do it yourself. You are unfilial. Do you know you're wrong? Chu Yang bared his teeth and begged for mercy. The surrounding guards lowered their heads. They simply couldn't bear to watch. However, they really wanted to see a rare scene where Minister Chu was defeated. Minister Chu, the number one person under the heavens, was being pulled by the ear like this. This scene was really sweaty. Seeing Chu Yang having a joyous reunion with his family, Xue Leihan smiled. Chu Yang, the surprises aren't over yet. There will be more to come. There's another surprise that you'll see tomorrow. I'll make a move first. Xue Leihan's figure disappeared in a flash. Early October. In the afternoon, while Luohua City was busy with the final preparations, suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. A total of 10 huge flying ships flew in from afar in a neat formation. The density of his aura was truly earth-shattering. On the flying ship, the words "Great Overarching Heaven" shone brightly. It had already revealed the identity of the person who had come. Everyone knew that it was the exalted celestial emperor, Ziwuji. However, everyone still found it strange. The other celestial emperors had also arrived, and they had arrived a long time ago. However, they were all in their own territories and were not as ostentatious as the Great Overarching Heaven. Such a formation didn't seem to be here to congratulate, but to fight. Could it be that the Lord of Great Overarching Heaven, Ziwuji, was going to be an uninvited guest? The flying ship of the Great Overarching Heaven was still in midair, but Xue Leihan, dressed in white, had already rushed up like an arrow. As soon as he saw this, Xue Leihan knew that something was wrong. Ziwuji's momentum was so great that although it made sense to say that he was marrying off his daughter, the momentum he was displaying was somewhat confusing. Xue Leihan was afraid that something would happen. He was afraid that Ziwuji would lose his temper at this time. That would be terrible. So he hurriedly went up to meet him. He knew that Ziwuji had a fiery temper. Over here, Dong Wushang, Gu Daxing, Xie Danchong, and Mo Tianji were now specialized in dealing with this fiery temper. Once Ziwuji flared up on the spot, what awaited him was probably a group of people with twice the strength of DE. Not only Ziwuji, but Xue Leihan also couldn't bear the consequences. Moreover, when the truth was revealed, the ones who would be really embarrassed would not be these people who were fighting, but Chu Yang and Zi Xieching. Xue Leihan arrived on the flying ship in an instant. I say, what are you doing here in such an aggressive manner? Xue Leihan's face darkened. When Ziwuji saw Xue Leihan, he immediately remembered his past behavior. He instinctively lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "My elder brother's daughter is getting married, which is equivalent to my own daughter getting married. Of course, I have to observe what kind of husband my niece is. What nonsense are you observing? Since when is it your turn to observe? Who do you think you are?" Xue Leihan glared at him. "I'm telling you, you better behave yourself. Do you think you're so great as the Great Overarching Heaven Emperor? I'm also telling you, you really can't count the great emperors here who can act according to plan. If you really kick up a fuss, the one who will be unhappy in the end will definitely be your niece. You better think about it carefully." Ziwuji was a little dazed when he heard this. He lowered his head and said, "Then can I send her off?" "Send her off?" "That's possible." Xue Leihan suddenly realized and said, "Quick, quick! Come with me. Let's go find Exen, and see if she can snatch it. Snatch it." Ziwuji was a little petrified. "What do you mean, snatch it? How can you snatch it? Can this thing be snatched?" Xue Leihan pulled him along and flew out. "Stop spouting nonsense. Just follow me, Demon Imperial Palace." "What?" Xue Leihan and Ziwuji were dumbfounded. "We can't snatch the right to send her off." "Why? That shouldn't be the case. We have manners, relationships, and people here. Everything is ready. Even if someone doesn't allow them to send her off, there's no reason for them not to let us do it." The Demon Empress and I are the closest relatives of Zi Xieching's parents. Shueleihan is Zi Hao's sworn brother, and the Demon Empress is Ling Piaoping's best friend and the demon clan's leader. Even if we don't say anything, you should rush to find us to preside over the situation. How can such a situation happen? The Demon Empress flew into a rage. Those little bastards! How dare they not give us face? Humph! One day, I'll teach them a lesson one by one. Shueleihan comforted the Demon Empress, while letting a certain lady tell them the whole story from beginning to end. After hearing the whole story, Shueleihan and Zi Wuji fainted. That's not right. How can you say that? Using the two of us to suppress them. 1 minister and 5 great emperors. We really can't suppress them. In the past, they were characters that could be killed with a single breath. But now the problem is the change is too fast. The three of them looked at each other, speechless for a long time. After a long time, Ziwuji suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, Shueleihan Yao Xer, you two are good, really good. My elder brother's daughter is getting married, but now you can't even snatch the right to send her off. You. Before he finished speaking, a certain emperor punched his left and right eyes at the same time. He instantly turned into a panda. What are you shouting for? Snatch it if you can. Yao Xan pursed her lips. She felt a little uncomfortable. I'll snatch it then, I don't believe it. Zi Wuji rushed out angrily. Shueleihan and Yao Xan looked at each other and said at the same time, maybe there's really hope. Let's go. Because the two of them immediately thought of Zi Wuji's identity. He was Zi Xieching's uncle and the only blood relative in this world. This was the most powerful sure-kill trump card. Why? Dong Wushang and Ao Xiun slammed the table and stood up. A total of 4 sisters-in-law were being sent off, and Mo Tianji had taken one of them due to his advantage as the eldest brother-in-law. Gu Duxing also took one of the places. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had a sword, a fist, and was the second brother. Everyone had to bear with it, even if they couldn't bear it. Xie Danqiong shamelessly said that Wu Qianqian likes black clothes, but Mo Yuntian prefers black clothes, and actually took one of the places. In order to get one of the places, he even said that his sky was black, so there was no way. In the end, only Zi Xieching, Dong Wushang, and Ao Xian joined forces and forcibly suppressed the others. They snatched this hard-won qualification. The other 3 all got 1 each, but only the 2 of them got 1. This result made the 2 of them who wanted to monopolize it feel uncomfortable. Now, there was an even more ruthless person who wanted to snatch away the right to send off Zi Xieching. How could the 2 of them tolerate this? Zi Wuji stood as straight as a mountain, calm and fearless. Why? What right do you have to point fingers here? Which girl doesn't leave from her maternal family when she gets married? The 2 of you are unreasonable, and the way you do things is even more ridiculous. How dare you ask me why? Dong Wushang said angrily, the 2 of us represent sisters-in-law's family. Zi Wuji sneered. You represent? Can you represent me? How come I don't know about the existence of the 2 of you? What relationship do you have with me that you can represent me? Your Majesty Heavenly Emperor Wushang. I don't want to criticize a heavenly emperor, but what you said just now was too thoughtless. You can't say things casually. Dong Wushang listened to his sarcasm and flew into a rage. Without thinking, he was about to attack. Ao Xian stopped him. Ao Xian was extremely smart. He immediately figured out that something was wrong. This guy is too confident. He looked at Zi Wuji and said, since you say that we are not qualified, then please speak more clearly. Who is qualified, and what qualifications do we need? Zi Wuji said fiercely, Zi Xieching is the daughter of Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, right? Ao Xian said unhappily, nonsense. P.S. Very tragic. The update was late. I was also helpless. I've just crawled out of the abyss. This was how things turned out. Last night, On Chinese Valentine's Day, I went to eat teppanyaki with my wife. After we finished eating, we went out to shop. While we were shopping, my wife entered a specialty store. I waited at the door. When I saw her come out, I followed behind her. As he followed, he muttered in his heart, "Damn, who's this guy next to her?" After following a few shops, he couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" When the woman turned around, I immediately ran away. Damn, I mistook her for someone else. The most tragic thing was that he couldn't find the store his wife had entered. Really, what was even more tragic was that my phone was in my wife's bag. I had to find a public phone to call before I could find her. His wife squinted her eyes and said, "I saw you when you left with her, so I didn't call you." Let's see how long you've been following me. In the end, you're really good. You've been following me for half an hour. Isn't it beautiful? I was about to cry. It's really strange. Long hair, similar clothes, similar figure. Who could recognize her, not to mention a blind person like me? As long as someone changes their hairstyle, I can't recognize them. Let's not talk about it. The more I talk about it, the more I cry. Chapter 2685. Zi Wuji, on the other hand, was not angry. He pointed to his own nose and said, "How is this nonsense? Let me tell you, this old man's surname is also Zi, and his full name is Zi Wuji. I am Zi Hao's younger brother, his blood brother." Zi Wuji leaned closer to the two dumbfounded faces and said fiercely, "Qing Er and I are blood brothers of the same mother. Do you understand this relationship?" Since he had already said so much, what else did they not understand? Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyin were completely dumbfounded. Zi Wuji laughed heartily. Two great emperors. Do you know what it means to be an uncle? A blood aunt? What do you mean by family? Other than Qing who else is more qualified than me to send her off to get married? Ao Xieyin said weakly, "What evidence do you have? Just because you say you are? In fact, when he said this, he had already believed it in his heart. He was just making a last-ditch struggle because he was really unwilling to give up. Zi Wuji said, "Both the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress can testify to this. Could it be that with my identity I would lie to you? Now the two of you can go, do whatever you need to do. I won't send you off." Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyin were completely speechless. They lowered their heads and looked frustrated, refusing to move no matter what. It was really not easy. He had spent so much effort and made so many wishes. Only then did he manage to appease the other brothers and snatch the last chance to send her off. In the end, it was snatched away by a few words from someone else, moreover. This person's identity was special. They did not even have a reason to snatch it. It was too tragic. By the time Shualehan and the Demon Empress rushed over, Zi Wuji's side had already won a great victory. Looking at the two great emperors opposite them who were like defeated roosters, the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress burst into laughter. This is called breaking up. If you two don't want us to send you off as your family, then don't count on us. Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyin glared innocently. I say, the two of you are donkeys. You don't want to lead us, but you want to beat us back. The Demon Empress finally found a chance to vent as she scolded. At that time, I already asked Ningning to tell you the truth and reason. It was clear that all the conditions were on our side, but you had to pester us endlessly, saying that we were bullying you. Look at you now. Are you comfortable now? Satisfied, right? Are you satisfied? Humph. Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyin stood there like dumbfounded geese. They were in a daze as they allowed the high-spirited Demon Empress to scold them. For a moment, he was so dejected that he didn't even want to say anything. However, Zi Wuji soon encountered a new problem, an extremely troublesome one. He could handle everyone. There was only one person he couldn't handle, and that was Zi Xieching herself. Zi Xieching came out. "Uncle." Hearing this, Zi Xieching was confused. Everyone in the Zi clan, except for me, died in the fall of the purple cloud heavens. How can I still have an uncle? Impossible, impossible. Ji was so anxious that he opened and closed his mouth, but no words came out. Xiaqing's words were very straightforward, but it really made him speechless. If he was really a man of the Z clan, he should have died in the purple cloud heavens together. Since he didn't, he definitely wasn't a man of the Z clan. This logic was not difficult to understand, but it was an endless loop. Shuai Leihan hurried forward and explained. However, Xiaqing was still a little confused and even a little resistant. It was no wonder that Xiaqing would have such a reaction. For countless years, she had always been alone. Tomorrow was the day of her wedding, but today a person who claimed to be her biological uncle came knocking on her door. Since she had an uncle, why had there been no news for so many years? Since she had an uncle, why hadn't she tried to avenge her father? Since she had an uncle, why had she been hiding her identity for so many years? Since she had an uncle, why hadn't she gone to settle the score with the saint? There were countless questions. They lay across Xiaqing's heart. They also lay between her and Ji. She really wanted to say, "Then what's the use of having you as an uncle? If your niece married an ordinary person and lived a lowly life, would you simply not acknowledge me?" This question had once filled Xiaqing's heart. However, she didn't say it in the end. She just looked coldly and indifferently at Ji, the heavenly emperor of the Daluo heaven, who claimed to be her biological uncle. However, he only looked at her in different expression, and her gaze that was almost ignoring him. Ji already felt as if he had been hit in the head, and even his heart ached. "Child, I really am your uncle. Back then, I let Big Brother down." Ji explained with difficulty. At this moment, he felt more and more that his mouth was actually so clumsy. Shuai Leihan let out a long sigh and went forward to explain. "Girl, we all know and also understand that you won't be able to accept it in a short time. However, this matter was your father's decision back then. Just like our Shuai clan back then, all the eggs would not be placed in one basket. If the entire basket was broken, then wouldn't all the eggs be broken at the same time? There has to be a backup plan. It's not that your uncle didn't rush to the purple cloud heavens to help back then. In fact, he did go, but he was attacked by an expert of unknown origin on the way and was seriously injured. After that, he had always wanted to avenge your father, but I stopped him, because if he really went to seek revenge, there would be no other outcome other than courting death." Ji stood clumsily at the side, nervously waiting for the judgment of fate. He felt that he had a clear conscience. However, he didn't understand how to explain his clear conscience to a girl who thought she was an orphan and had lived alone for such a long time. Putting himself in her shoes, if it were me, Ji, would I accept it so readily? Shuai Leihan explained from the side, bit by bit, and Yao Xaner also helped to explain. However, Xiaqing's expression didn't change at all and didn't improve at all. Ji was a little nervous and looked at Dong Wushang and Ao Xieyun for help. The two glared back at him fiercely, their eyes threatening. "Aren't you quite fierce? Quite proud, aren't you? It turns out that you're such an uncle. My horizons have been broadened today." Although they didn't say it out loud, but this sentence was clearly expressed in their eyes. Ji once again released a pleading look. "Help me." Humph. The two raised their heads and rolled their eyes at the same time. Ao Xieyun finally walked up and said casually, "Oh, why do you need so much explanation for this kind of thing? Our sister-in-law isn't someone who doesn't understand things. It's just that these things came too suddenly. After all, they're related by blood. Even if you want to deny it, you can't deny it. Don't you think so, sister-in-law?" Xiaqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to smile, but tears flowed out at once. She said, "Yes, I'm a little unable to accept it. I've always been an orphan. But someone suddenly told me that I have parents, that my parents are heroes. They didn't appear all this time. This I can accept because they all fell as heroes. I'll only feel proud. But now I know that I actually have relatives. My uncle is also the Heavenly Emperor, and he wants to come and take me back on the day before my wedding. Tears streamed down Zi Xieching's face. She tried her best to stop Min's mouth, but she finally burst into tears. She cried, but I've always thought of myself as an orphan. For so long, Shualehan Yao Xer, Ziwuji, and the other two lowered their heads sadly, but they couldn't continue to explain. Everything happened so suddenly. Each of you has such strong strength, such huge forces, but I've been an orphan for so long. The demon empress held Zi Xieching in her arms, her heart aching. She patted her back and comforted her gently. It's okay, it's okay. In the future, everything will be fine. Good child, don't cry. But Zi Xieching continued to cry loudly. Xue Leihan looked at Zi Wuji. She needs some time to get used to it. The blood connection can't be erased by time. There's no need to rush. Zi Wuji nodded repeatedly, his face red. He rubbed his hands and said repeatedly, "It's good that she's okay." That's great, Xue Leihan warned. When you see Chu Yang tomorrow, you have to be more polite. This child has been with him for so many years. Only Chu Yang treats her well. If you're rude to Chu Yang, you have to be careful that your niece will embarrass you on the spot. Xue Leihan said seriously, "She'll definitely do it. Don't make things difficult for yourself, or you'll feel very comfortable." Zi Wuji cried out as if he had been wronged. How can I still have the mood to denounce her now? How would I dare to? When I see Chu Yang, I'll just treat him like a little ancestor. If he wants to slap my mouth, after slapping my left cheek, I'll smile and put my right cheek closer. After slapping both cheeks, I'll massage his hands. Don't tire yourself out. Is this okay? Is this sincere enough? Get lost. Xue Leihan laughed. You're so talkative. Why didn't I realize that your mouth was so talkative before? The last storm before the wedding ceremony was finally over. Watching Zi Xieching being taken away by Zi Wuji as if she was his ancestor, Dong Wushang and Ao Xiun finally lost all their energy. Damn it, Dong Wushang squinted, sulking. Zi Wuji, that old bastard, didn't even say thank you before he left. If I knew, I should have left him alone for a while longer. Ao Xiun snorted coldly. Humph, now you know how to take credit. Just now, I didn't see you go to comfort sister-in-law and smooth things over. I had to do it myself. Dong Wushang smiled apologetically. You're still the best at this. You're the best. Ao Xiun's face was full of disgust. Stop right there. How can you make such a face? Is this still great Emperor Wushang? Dong Wushang sighed deeply. Isn't it all because I've been smiling apologetically to those grandsons these past few days in order to get the right to send off the bride? Now that I've arrived, I still haven't gotten it. It's really fucking depressing. I'll take a look at my waist tomorrow. My waist hurts like hell. This time I can clearly feel that it's the lumbar spine that hurts again, not the muscles. When I suddenly relaxed, I felt as if my whole body had been emptied of fatigue. There will be an update tomorrow, just that it might be a little late. Chapter 2686, 10th of October. This day had finally arrived, just as the darkness before dawn was about to end, and the first ray of light was about to appear. Suddenly, 18 forces smashed into the sky from the ground. Boom! They exploded in the sky at the same time. The entire mountain, river, and earth trembled violently. The sky suddenly became bright. At this moment, a ray of sunlight jumped out from the distant horizon. Then the whole world was suddenly filled with the sound of cannons. It was deafening. The cheers of the crowd followed. The morning breeze blew, and it was mighty in the world. Tens of thousands of flags fluttered at the same time. The majestic sound of the horn, at this moment, reverberated throughout the world. No matter how pretentious one was, at this moment, they did not feel sleepy at all. They rolled up and looked excited. What was about to begin was the grandest wedding in the history of the heavenly imperial court. It was also the most significant and far-reaching wedding in history. Countless people, both near and far, swarmed towards the high platform. However, everyone was very restrained. The crowd was boiling in all directions, but it was very orderly and not chaotic at all. Under the gaze of everyone, a figure rushed up to the sky. Meng Wuya. It was just one person rushing up, but under the deliberate surge of his cultivation, it made a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Minister Qiong Zhao's wedding ceremony begins now. Meng Wu, you felt that today was the most glorious day of his life. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I am Meng Wuya, the master of ceremonies for this wedding. There was a tsunami of cheers from below. Next, let me introduce this wedding to everyone. Meng Wuya raised his voice. Everyone is from the Jianghu, and there is no need for formalities. I am just saying, everyone just listen. Far away, Mo Tianji was speechless. Is this guy here to tell stories or to perform? In any case, he does not look like a master of ceremonies. If not for the fact that I am his uncle today, I would have rushed up. Today is the big day of Minister Chu's wedding. Brothers from all over the world have rushed here to congratulate us. I would like to thank everyone on behalf of all the old and young masters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Meng Wu, you raised his voice and shouted. Countless people below shouted, You're welcome, haha, as long as there's good wine. That's right. We can attend Minister Chu's wedding. It's our honor. This time, the meaning of the wedding was different. Moreover, they were going to make a declaration of war during the wedding. Therefore, this time, Chu Yang and the others would not follow the original traditional way of discussing. Instead, they adopted some methods. It was a more hot-blooded method. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he did not follow the conventional way at all. Meng Wu, you faced the cheers of the crowd and laughed in the air. Next, I would like to introduce the guests who have come to congratulate us. Every one of them is a big shot, a real big shot. Eastern Royal Sky, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor, Demon Emperor Sky, Her Majesty the Demon Empress, His Majesty the Extreme Heaven Wushang, His Majesty the Solitary Emperor, His Majesty the Green Heaven, His Majesty the Evil Cloud Emperor. The list was only read out a few names that were closer to the front. Very soon, it was interrupted by the cheers of the crowd. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. Even just the Eastern Royal Demon Empress at the front was already enough. Below, there was a series of great emperors. It seemed that 8 out of 10 of the great emperors of the Heaven Imperial Court were here. Meng Wu, you could only appease the crowd and continue reading. When he finished reading Qi Bei Heaven Emperor Yanyang Lord Longing Huan, the people below were so excited that they were going crazy. It turned out that it was not 8 out of 10, but 11 out of 10. Not only were there great emperors and empresses, there was also an even more important Heavenly Emperor, Mo Tianji. To let everyone know, other than the above-mentioned guests, GMO the Lonesome Emperor, Rue Butong the Great Emperor of Thieves, Luo Kadi the Great Emperor of Wolfsword are the groomsmen of this wedding. Just as Meng Wu said this, someone suddenly shouted, I'm also the groomsman. On the other side, a deep voice full of anger said, Me too, I'm also the groomsman. Before he finished speaking, a golden dragon and a black saber suddenly appeared in midair. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they instantly understood. It seemed like Wu Shang and Evil Cloud's great emperor were also going to be groomsmen. Meng Wuya was stunned. This time he was really stunned. Brother, this was not what was written in the script. Weren't the two of you the representatives of the wedding party? Why did you run over to be the groomsmen now? You didn't follow the plot in the script. How do you expect me to continue? When the other brothers saw this scene, they were also stunned. What was going on with these two people? What was going on? However, when they saw that these two fellows were so suppressed that they looked like they were about to explode, as if they wanted to fight with someone, everyone was very tactful and did not ask. Also, Wu Shang, the great emperor, Dong Wu Shang, and Evil Cloud's great emperor, Ao Shin, are also the specially invited groomsmen of this wedding. Meng Wuye's brain was a little tangled. Obviously, he did not understand what was going on. But even if the script was distorted, he still had to continue. And the cheers below became even louder. Obviously, no one knew that these two people were not in the original script. Instead, when they saw how aggressive these two people were, the atmosphere became even more lively. At this point, this small episode was considered to have come to an end. Everything that followed was back on track. The various programs started one after another. First, it was naturally the introduction of the groom, bride, Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, and the rest. It was just a few sentences, and the introductions were just like that. However, when it came to Zi Xieching at the end, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. The reason was only one sentence. The bride, Miss Zi Xieching, is the legendary daughter of the legendary heavenly emperor of Zi Shao. It was this sentence that caused everyone to fall into an unprecedented silence. Meng Wuye's voice reverberated in the air. Heavenly Emperor of Zi Shao, Lord Zi Hao, fought alone against the extraterrestrial demons in Zi Shao heavens. He fought to the last soldier and never took a step back. Until the final moment, he even fought to his death in Zi Shao heavens. The generosity of a hero. There is nothing more than this. 1,000,000 years later, it is still deafening and shocking. Now his daughter is also getting married today. Heroes of the world, please pay your respects to the heroic heavenly emperor of Zi Shao. Our most sincere blessings to our beautiful bride today. Before Meng Wuye's voice died away. Boom! The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao, descendant of the #1 hero of the heavenly imperial court, the #1 legend. This identity made Zi Xieching the focus of today's event. This was only the introduction, and the bride had not officially appeared yet. But there were already countless hot-blooded people who were shouting loudly, "Miss Z, I wish you and Lord Minister a long life together. A happy life. Miss Z, please rest assured. The battle against the extraterrestrial demons is about to begin. We will definitely avenge the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao. Heroes will not be lonely. Reclaim Zi Shao heavens and comfort the countless heroes in heaven." Someone raised his arm and shouted. Thousands of people responded in an instant. "Reclaim Zi Shao heavens. Send our congratulatory gifts to Miss Z and the minister. Reclaim Zi Shao heavens and kill all the extraterrestrial demons. Salute the heroes." Such wild cheers. From afar, Zi Xieching, who was already prepared, heard it. Zi Xieching, who had already put on her makeup, once again burst into tears. At the side, Zi Wuji clenched his fists, his burly body trembling slightly. His eyes were faintly watery. "This is the legacy my father left for me." Tears flowed freely from Zi Xieching's eyes, but there was a proud smile on her lips. "This is all the glory, all the blessings, all the reverence. This is the legacy my father left behind. As the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao, I only feel proud. I only feel proud. Even if I have to be smashed to pieces, I will never tarnish the reputation of my father and mother." Zi Xieching said softly, "The battle of the extraterrestrial demons. I, the princess of Zi Shao heavens, will be the vanguard. This is my glory and also my responsibility." Although Zi Xieching's voice was soft at this moment, it was resolute and irrefutable. Zi Wuji took a deep breath and said, "Yes, the Zi family will be the vanguard. The name of the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao needs to be carried forward in our hands. Zi Shao heavens also needs to be in our hands to regain its glory." Zi Xieching bit her lips and nodded silently. This was the first time she acknowledged and responded to her uncle, Zi Wuji. A red cloth slowly covered Zi Xieching's head. Her eyes were also covered under the red veil. But at this moment, Zi Xieching clearly saw two people in front of her smiling at her, their faces full of meticulous love. One of them was dressed in purple and had a burly figure. The other was dressed in white and had hair like clouds. His eyes were gentle and filled with pity. The two of them looked at her affectionately. In a trance, Zi Xieching closed her eyes and murmured in her heart, "Father, mother!" "Thank you. Please don't worry. Your daughter will definitely be happy. Your daughter will definitely not bring shame to father and mother's reputation." The ceremony outside was still going on. The next segment was the congratulatory gifts sent by the various heavenly emperors. Wave after wave of congratulatory gifts competed with each other and were all-encompassing, dazzling everyone. The answer was that everyone had already lost the power to be shocked. They had already been shocked silly from the beginning. Then the various heavenly emperors went on stage to speak and express their congratulations. Mo Tianji watched everything that was happening with a smile from afar. Right now, it was not yet his turn to appear. As he read, he pondered carefully, trying to see if there was anything he had missed. This had always been his habit, finding out his own shortcomings and correcting them, eliminating the hidden dangers as much as possible before they appeared. This was the work that Mo Tianji had been doing all his life. He worked tirelessly and never slacked off for a moment. Above his head, the big flag rustled and turned into rolling clouds. It seemed that everything was normal and there was nothing out of the ordinary. But gradually, Mo Tianji discovered that there seemed to be something wrong. Although he could not figure out what the problem was for the time being, there really was a problem. This would happen. Chu Lu was accompanying Mo Qingwu inside. Even at this juncture, the two women who had always been at odds were still arguing. "After today, you will have to call me sister-in-law." "Humph. Then what will you call me in the future?" "Naturally, I will call you little sister like Chu Yang. Isn't this a matter of course?" "Come on. You didn't hear what I said. I said in the future. Is it not a matter of course for me to call you little sister like Mo Tianji? If you don't mind, I can do that. Let's talk about the future in the future. Anyway, you will have to call me sister-in-law very soon." "Very soon. Do you dare to not call me that?" "Indeed, I don't dare to not call you sister-in-law. But do you dare to call me little sister?" The two women pouted at the same time. Both of them felt that they had won, but they also felt that they had lost. She was married to the other party's elder brother, and the other party's elder brother's wife was her. This sentence was incoherent. It was very fucked up, but it was the portrayal of this woman's current state of mind. At this moment, Mo Tianji's voice came from outside. "Lu'er." His voice was heavy, and there was a hint of worry in it. Chu Lu'er hurriedly walked out. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Something's wrong. The wind today is very strange." Mo Tianji looked at the fluttering flag above his head. "It can't be?" Chu Lu'er said, "There was originally no wind here today. Didn't you arrange it yourself? You let many experts hide in the wind. You used your own cultivation to create the wind and used it to blow the flag endlessly? The wind started from 5,000 miles away, and the flag flew all the way and was not allowed to droop for even a moment. How did it become strange now? What you said was indeed arranged by me, but there's a loophole in it." Mo Tianji frowned. "A loophole that can be easily exploited." "Exploited?" Chu Lu was very smart. "You mean poison?" "Yes, poison." Mo Tianji paced. "It's too easy for the Saint and Xue Xian to come in and cause trouble in such a big event. They only need to change their appearances. We won't be able to recognize them. So, they must be in the crowd below now, waiting for an opportunity to make a move." Mo Tianji frowned and deduced bit by bit. "No matter what, the Saint and Saint Empress are the eyes of the Saint. It's Chu Yang and us who destroyed the foundation that the Saint had built over millions of years. The saint must hate us the most now. Now, the core figure Chu Yang is getting married. If I were the saint, I wouldn't let such a beautiful event go smoothly for Chu Yang. I'd definitely add flowers to the brocade. Otherwise, it would be too stifling. Based on your description, Xue Xian might not be a poison expert, but she's an expert in this field. She should have some rare poisons in her hands. As long as she cooperates well, it'll be the easiest to use in such a situation. So, they definitely won't give up such a great opportunity. And if I want to cause trouble, the effect will be limited if I do it from afar. It'll be easy to alert the enemy. Moreover, if I poison a few insignificant people, the impact on Chu Yang will be negligible. So, I have to sneak into the core level. Then I'll start. Only then can I cause the most effective damage. At least, I can make a considerable number of people uncomfortable. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed as he analyzed layer by layer. Beside him, Chu Lu-er's expression had already changed. Although Xue Xian-er's poison techniques aren't as profound and pure as yours, it shouldn't be a big problem for her to concoct shadowless poison. Of the heavenly treasures that the Saint Monarch has collected over the past millions of years, there must be a portion of them that are highly toxic. However, in the previous harvests, we basically haven't seen anything that is highly toxic. This means that those have already been used and transformed into some kind of poison, or a few kinds of special effects. If they have such a reserve, as long as they take it out in such an occasion, it'll be the most suitable and most effective. And today, I'm afraid that even the heavens are helping them. The enemy Heavenly Emperor, Mo Tianji, actually cooperated and ordered a saint-level expert to fan the wind so that the spread of the poison would be more effective. They must be thinking this way. Mo Tianji muttered to himself. And the more people there are, the better. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Even if they don't succeed, they'll be able to make Chu Yang feel disgusted. If I were the Saint Monarch, I'd be letting myself down if I let go of such an advantageous opportunity for revenge. I'd be as stupid as a pig. Mo Tianji muttered to himself. So the Saint Monarch and the Saint Empress will definitely take action today. Chu Lu was already dumbfounded by his conjecture. Suddenly she had an idea. She smiled and said, "You're scaring me again. You've already guessed the enemy's possible methods, and even used the wind as bait. I'm sure you already have a comprehensive countermeasure. Yet you're telling me all this. Are you trying to show that your wisdom is as vast as the sea, and that nothing in this world can escape from the hands of the heavens?" Mo Tianji was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Lu-er, you think too highly of me. How could I have guessed the enemy's movements early on? The original intention of fanning the wind today was really just to put on a show. But it's also thanks to this wind that I was able to see the opportunity before the huge change. I hope it's not too late." "Ah, then what should we do?" Chu Lu asked. When she heard that Mo Tianji actually didn't see the opportunity first and didn't make any preparations beforehand, she became anxious. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry." Mo Tianji's face became as cold and steady as a rock. He said, "If we want to take revenge, the best time is when we worship the heavens and the earth. That's when everyone's guard is the lowest. It's also the easiest and most crucial moment to cause the most damage. At the very least, the relatives from the Double Heavens continent, they definitely won't be able to resist the formless poison. As long as any one of them dies, today's revenge, it can already be considered a success. And when we worship the heavens and the earth." Mo Tianji looked at Chu Lu-er and said, "Lu-er, you'll be the bridesmaid." Chu Lu-er's expression changed. "You mean," Mo Tianji said, "all kinds of colorful and tasty poisons are just a joke to use in this situation. The only thing that can be used is the formless poison. Formless poisons, colorless poisons, and tasteless poisons." He looked deeply into Chu Lu-er's eyes. "Lu-er, I believe you're the clearest on how to make such a poison." Chu Lu-er bit her lip and nodded. All kinds of poisons are made with such a formula. Although it's ever-changing, it's always the same. It's a poison that can harm people's lives and a poison that can make people feel numb. There are only a few poisons in the world that can achieve such an effect. As long as you put in the effort, I believe you'll definitely be able to neutralize them. Mo Tianji said, so, at the moment when you worship the heavens and the earth, especially at the beginning, you have to sprinkle the antidote without alerting anyone. You must succeed. Chu Lu heaved a sigh of relief. That's not a problem at all. Just like you said, if we don't know about it beforehand, we might be caught off guard and it might be very troublesome to remedy it afterwards. But once we're prepared, it won't be a problem to prevent everyone from knowing about the poison. Oh, right, you have to try your best to change your appearance in case they recognize you. I believe the Divine Empress will definitely have a deep impression of you, Mo Tianji said. All right, do you have any other instructions? Basically nothing. Your poison identification and detoxification is already very important and crucial. As long as you handle this properly, you don't have to worry about anything else. Then I'll go and prepare immediately. There doesn't seem to be much time left. All right, go quickly. Mo Tianji nodded and watched as Chu Lu left hurriedly. Then he waved his hand and called a few people over. Go and find the Solitary Emperor Wu Shang, Jade Flower Emperor, Evil Cloud Emperor, and Minister Chu immediately. Tell them to be careful of the saint during the worship. Just tell them these 8 words, that's all. Yes. As for GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong, Mo Tianji did not inform them. These few people weren't calm enough. If they revealed any flaws in their expressions, that would be really bad. As for Demon Empress Shueleihan and the others, there was no need to inform them at all. As long as Gu Duxing and the others made the first move, these experienced people would be able to react instantly. At this point, even the smartest person in the world would probably heave a sigh of relief. But Mo Tianji was still thinking over and over again. Then he called a few people over and gave them the same instructions. He repeatedly tried to find a flaw and realized that he really couldn't think of anything. He actually still couldn't relax. Today was the wedding day of Big Brother and his sister. Even if he felt a little uncomfortable, Mo Tianji wouldn't forgive himself. Maybe this wedding isn't just a wedding ceremony and a declaration of war. Maybe I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone and even get rid of the Saint Empress and the Saint Monarch completely? Mo Tianji frowned and muttered in his heart. If that's the case, the outcome would be too perfect. According to my experience and the arrangements of the heavenly Tao, it probably won't allow such a satisfactory thing to happen. So there will definitely be a flaw and an unforeseen event. Mo Tianji frowned. He thought hard, but couldn't think of anything. Finally, he took out a copper coin. He muttered to himself, "A person's strength is sometimes limited. This is my limit. It seems I can only use this thing again to see if there are any loopholes." At this moment, Mo Tianji's cautiousness, as well as his ability to prepare for a rainy day, had reached the peak of perfection. I've arrived at Yantai and found my comrade. I've made an appointment with the old doctor. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, I'll start the acupuncture treatment with a little needle knife. After finishing the treatment, I can't move and have to lie down. I'll see if I can write in the afternoon. If I can't, please understand. P.S. Brothers, the mobile game of the same name adapted from my novel Legend of Ling Tian will be available for download at 3:00 p.m. today. The download address is hp://l se Daibo. It will be available for Android and Jailbreak at the same time. Everyone can choose the corresponding version to download. Aren't you very excited? I'm also quite excited to see my previous work being interpreted in another form. It feels quite different. This time it's a limited open beta. There are only 5 people available. First come, first served. Those who download today will be able to get a preemptive download package when the server opens at 10:00 a.m. tomorrow. Dear readers, I'll be waiting for you at Legend of Ling Tian tomorrow For those who are unable to open the download link, please enter the address HP//L. SC Daibo in the system browser and download. Chapter 2687. During this period of time, Mo Tianji did not hear a single bit of the clamor of gongs and drums that filled the entire space outside. The ceremony had already reached an important stage. Meng Wuya's voice was close to hoarse. Next, let's invite our bridegroom for today, Minister Chu Yang, to say a few words to everyone. In the midst of earth-shattering cheers, the world was suddenly filled with fresh flowers. Countless fresh flowers fell from the sky. In the midst of the rain of flowers, Chu Yang, dressed in black, walked up to the sky step by step. Walking in the void, it was as if he was stepping on solid stairs. Step by step, his clothes fluttered in the wind. Just walking up like this, it was as if he was the emperor of heaven and earth, inspecting his own territory. Below, countless people were originally cheering, but at this moment they were suddenly silent. Every step Chu Yang took seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. His footsteps were silent, but they were full of shock. The figure walked up to the sky step by step, getting further and further away from everyone. It should be smaller and smaller, but for some reason, in everyone's hearts, this figure was actually getting bigger and bigger, more and more dignified and solemn. When he walked to the sky, his whole person turned into the sun, shining brightly and illuminating the world. Today, Chu Yang was still wearing a black robe. However, this black robe was the most gorgeous robe he had ever worn in his life. This was because there were golden threads on the inside and golden edges on the outside. There were also dark, golden patterns on the collar. It symbolized that today's bridegroom, Chu Yang, was completely different from his previous image of wandering the martial world. Chu Yang walked up. He slowly turned around. His eyes were very gentle as he looked at everyone, just like the warm sunlight that spilled down naturally. But at this moment, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, they suddenly burst into earth-shattering cheers. Minister Cheung Shao. Minister Chu is overjoyed. Minister Chu. For a moment, the sound of cheers rose and fell, soaring into the sky. Everyone's expression was fervent as they looked at the figure in the sky, full of the excitement of a pilgrimage, finally seeing a god. Chu Yang smiled slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "Friends, brothers, Chu Yang, for his own selfish reasons, has troubled everyone to come here from thousands of miles away. Here, Chu Yang thanks everyone. Chu Yang will remember everyone's hospitality in his heart. Thank you again." His voice was very calm, but in the midst of the cheers, however, it was clearly transmitted. It was as if he was whispering into everyone's ears. "I, Chu Yang, am getting married today. This is a grand occasion for my generation. This is the one and only time. Therefore, I hope to receive everyone's blessings." Chu Yang smiled warmly. This is the first thing. Cheers erupted from below. The sound of congratulations was like an eruption of a mountain flood. It lasted for a full 15 minutes, and it was getting louder and more intense. Speaking of marriage, I must thank many people. Chu Yang's voice was full of emotions. The first person is my teacher, Meng Chao Ran. Today, his teacher didn't come. However, I want to say that the reason why I am able to walk to where I am today is all because of my teacher's teachings. My life's achievements all came from this. Thank you, teacher. Chu Yang knelt down in the air and kowtowed thrice. Kneeling and kowtowing, the crowd watched quietly, their hearts suddenly filled with emotion. As the minister, he was number one in the world. He had knelt down in front of everyone without any pretense or restraint. It could be seen that Chu Yang was extremely grateful to his teacher. All of the experts who had already become masters felt honored and excited. As a teacher, it could be said that he had no regrets in his life to be able to teach a disciple like Chu Yang. This was also the greatest glory of a teacher. However, on this day, which was Chu Yang's teacher's most glorious day, he didn't come. This made all the Jiang experts who had already become teachers have some inexplicable feelings in their hearts. If it were me, would I come? Everyone's answer was yes to one thing. However, Chu Yang's teacher denied it. For a moment, everyone seemed to understand something. Although Meng Chao Ran didn't come, Chu Yang still expressed his deepest gratitude to his teacher. He was the first to express his gratitude. Other than my teacher, I am most grateful to my parents. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling affectionately. My parents gave me life. For me, they were even willing to sacrifice everything. This is a great kindness, and also a great kindness that can never be repaid as a human being. Chu Yang knelt down slowly. I can only kowtow a few times to my parents on this day of marriage. Chu Yang kowtowed one by one and said loudly, Father, Mother, I have a family today. I have grown up today. Thank you very much. In the future, everything will be handed over to me. You have suffered for half your lives for me. But from now on, I will repay you with a lifetime of laughter. Chu Yang said loudly with a solemn expression. Below the stage, Yang Ruolan was already sobbing. Chu Feiling nodded his head in relief, but he forced himself not to let his tears flow out. This life is complete, Chu Feiling said to himself. Below the stage, almost everyone was already a father and a mother. Looking at this scene, there was a dead silence. As parents, they had no regrets to have such an outstanding son today. However, they didn't know if their own child could also bring them such glory. If there was such a day, they would have no regrets, even if they died. I'm also grateful to my wives. Chu Yang stood up and said, My wives are all 1 in a million good girls. Every one of them is devastatingly beautiful. Every one of them is exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted. Every one of them has peak cultivation and peak power, but they still fell in love with me. They fell in love with me, who was still useless at that time. From humble beginnings, they have accompanied me to this day. This is a patriarchal world. Of course, 3 wives and 4 concubines are common in this world. Everyone is used to it, but here, I have to confess to everyone that I have these 4 wives at the same time. This is something that I, Chu Yang, didn't even dare to dream of. When facing each of them, I feel that I'm very satisfied with just one. Everyone, I want to give her a lifetime of love, the one and only love. But I'm very sorry. I can't do it. This is also my greatest apology to my wives. For this apology, I will use my life to make it up to them. Chu Yang said seriously, They are all my treasures from the past. Now, in the future and forever. In 4 different directions, the eyes of the 4 brides with red veils were filled with tears. Chu Yang in our lives. To be able to marry you is also the thing that we are most grateful to the heavens. Everyone was silent. Chu Yang was right. This was a patriarchal society. In the eyes of the world, 3 wives and 4 concubines were natural. Natural. No one, not even all the women. No one said that this was unreasonable. But Chu Yang, as the number 1 person in the world, was here on his wedding day, facing the world, openly expressing the guilt in his heart. This showed the sincerity of his will and the firmness of his heart. Qingguo, Qian Batian, Qing Chu Yang said affectionately, In my heart, you are all irreplaceable. Every one of you is my one and only. Here on my wedding day, facing the heavens and earth, facing all the people in the world, I made a promise. Let us stay together for all eternity and love each other forever. I will love and protect all of you until the end of time. Thank you for being willing to marry me. Chu Yang said firmly, I will make all of you happy, believe me. We believe you. A roar sounded. It was from all the female experts present. Everyone's eyes were brimming with tears. Such an affectionate man should receive everyone's blessings. In the face of the heavens and earth's promise, we believe. We believe and we are envious. The minister's wife is really lucky. Today is my wedding day. There shouldn't be anything else mixed in. But the situation now is serious, making me worry day and night. Chu Yang's voice was low and full of worry. Gradually, it was filled with a sonorous feeling, like a war drum slowly beating. The extraterrestrial demons will never stop wanting to kill us. They are always a sharp sword hanging in our hearts. If the extraterrestrial demons don't die, the heavens will not be at ease. Chu Yang's voice became fierce. Today, in the name of Minister Cheung Shao, I announce to the world that from today onwards, we declare war on the extraterrestrial demons. Within 3 months, the heavens will send out troops at the same time to rush to purple cloud heavens, destroy the extraterrestrial demons, and reclaim purple cloud heavens. Light up my heaven and earth. Comfort my heroic spirits. Destroy the extraterrestrial demons. Reclaim purple cloud heavens. Light up my heaven and earth. Comfort my heroic spirits. Everyone's blood boiled at the same time, raising their arms and shouting. In the sky, countless red flags rustled like red clouds, rising and falling one after another, endless. This battle is dangerous. I won't say more beautiful words. I hope everyone is prepared. If the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed, we will not return. Chu Yang, I hereby swear that I will fight with everyone, breathe with everyone, live and die with everyone, live and die with everyone, live and die with everyone. Everyone puffed up their necks and shouted. Even Shuel Leihan, Ziwuji, and the other heavenly emperors couldn't help but shout out loud. The purple cloud minister's wedding begins now. Let's welcome the 4 beautiful brides. Meng Huia shouted. In all directions, horns sounded mightily and festive music instantly filled the world. The first bride, Mo Qingguo, the younger sister of the heavenly emperor of heavenly secrets, Mo Tianji. Today she is in the Chu clan. Let us wish the bride and groom eternal happiness and happiness. Meng Huia's voice actually sounded weak in the midst of the roaring cheers of the crowd. At this moment, there were too many people cheering. In the east, the heavenly emperor of heavenly secrets' bridal procession appeared mightily. Mo Qingguo, who was dressed in red at this moment, even though her head and face were covered by a red veil, her unique beauty was still stunning. She walked step by step with her brother by her side. She only felt that her heart was almost about to jump out of her throat. After today, I will be Brother Chu Yang's little wife. Mo Qingguo felt shy in her heart, but more than that, she was happy and satisfied. In this life, there was nothing more to ask for. Thank the heavens. The second bride is our hero, the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zi Xieching. Meng Huia's voice shook the world. The heavenly emperor of Daluo Heaven, Ziwuji, is the uncle of our bride. He came personally to send Princess Zi Shao off. She and Chu Yang, the Jade Cloud Minister, will be eternal. Cheers rang out once again. Then it was Gu Duxing sending off Tai Batian, Xie Danqiong sending off Wu Qianshan, for heavenly emperors sending off 4 brides. Such a lineup shocked all the spectators to speechlessness. This time, it was Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan's request to let Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo come first. Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan were willing to make such a decision, marrying 4 brides at once, regardless of age, entering together. This was something everyone knew. However, Zi Xieching's identity was special after all. The heavenly imperial court needed a hero's wife, and it needed Princess Zi Shao, and Mo Qingguo was Chu Yang's favorite. Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan understood this very well. Although they knew that there was no distinction in their lover's heart, this kind of front and back in front of everyone's eyes, they still had to have some. After all, it was impossible for 4 names to appear at the same time. Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Zi Xieching were all grateful to Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian's insistence. Mo Qingguo and Zi Xieching felt embarrassed. However, they couldn't dissuade Tai Butian and could only agree. The 4 brides appeared at the same time. The sky and the mountains and rivers suddenly turned into a sea of fresh flowers. When the 4 brides walked into midair, this sea of fresh flowers also grew to the extreme. Under the feet of the brides and grooms who were standing in midair, countless fresh flowers grew wildly, piling up into a tall flower platform that was 1,000 feet high, supporting the 5 newlyweds. The wedding ceremony officially begins. Meng Huia was so agitated that his whole body trembled. The first bow to heaven and earth. There was a deafening cheer. Chu Yang and the 4 newlyweds bowed down at the same time. At this moment, Chu Lu, who had been paying attention to all the movements, still did her best to silently sprinkle the antidote for the formless poison, even though she didn't notice anything unusual. At the same time as Chu Lu's action, there was also a soundless, colorless, and odorless poisonous fog that slowly drifted out from the crowd. With the help of the howling wind, it drifted toward the crowd. Mo Tianji's guess was right. The Saint Lord and Divine Empress, indeed, wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Finally, at the most critical moment, they made their move. The formless poison was spat out from the hands of the 2 people. As if the door to hell had been opened, the original body of Divine Empress Shuexian had already been destroyed, but at this moment, 2 of her clones attacked together. Beside her, the person who was looking at the newlyweds on the platform with a sincere smile of blessings was the Saint Lord of this generation, Cloud Master. He didn't move at all, but he controlled the formless poison that Shuexian sprinkled out and poured it toward Chu Yang's family members on the platform. Everywhere it passed, many people swayed and the flowers withered. Everyone's eyes were on the platform, and no one was paying attention to this side. Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. The sound waves soared into the sky, almost tearing the clouds apart. But they didn't know that a huge crisis was already happening around them. Chu Lu sprinkled the antidote and spread it, carefully paying attention to the surrounding movements. When Meng Huia shouted, "Second bow to your parents," Chu Lu suddenly frowned. Then she turned her head. She stared intently at the cheering crowd over there. Chu Lu could feel a kind of viciousness with a strong aura of death coming from there and spreading over, covering the sky and earth. How much poison was there? Chu Lu couldn't imagine at all, because the antidote she had prepared was not enough at all. It was very obvious that the Saint Lord and Divine Empress had used all the strong poisons that they had collected over the past 1,000,000 years without holding back today, just to ruin Chu Yang's wedding. Chu Lu took a deep breath. She used all her strength to activate the poison technique. Then, she quietly opened her mouth and took a deep breath. In that direction, all the poisonous fog that normal people couldn't see was sucked into her body in one breath. I don't know if my poison technique can absorb so much formless poison, but I'd rather die than let these 2 bastards ruin Big Brother's wedding. Chu Lu's expression was resolute. However, just as she was sucking in the poisonous fog, she suddenly felt a heat in her palm. A sword actually appeared in her palm inexplicably. Chu Yang's calamity sword. Chu Lu sucked the poisonous fog over into her body. Then the calamity sword swallowed all the poisonous fog from her body and entered the calamity space. Gu Dexing, Dong Wushang, and the rest were cheering and jumping for joy. However, at the same time, the 2 of them were still cheering, but their sharp eyes had already noticed that something was wrong. Xue Leihan and Yao Xian, who were the most congratulatory inside, quietly retreated at this moment. Mo Tianji pressed the hand of Heavenly Secrets in his sleeves and issued the strictest order in the history of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. Poof, 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 in that direction. Someone finally fell down from the poisonous fog. Once they fell, a large number of them fell. The Saint Lord's eyes were fixed in the direction where the poisonous fog had left, looking at Chu Yang's parents and relatives. He was viciously hoping in his heart, fall, die. The more deaths, the better. He could feel that the poisonous fog had already reached a critical location. He just needed to advance a little more and he would be able to hurt the people he really wanted to hurt. However, at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This was because the invisible poison that was about to build merit suddenly and mysteriously disappeared after reaching a certain location. The other party was prepared. Moreover, there was probably more than one poison expert on standby. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. This wedding was actually a trap for him. The Saint Lord's expression changed. He pulled Shui Xian, and the two doppelgangers of Shui Xian, became alert at the same time. One of them was, of course, the real divine empress, who was reborn with the help of the doppelgangers. She understood the Saint Lord's actions and instantly realized that something had happened. "Let's go." The Saint Lord looked at the high platform with hatred and said in a low voice. But when he looked over, he regretted his decision. This was because on the high platform, two people were already flying in their direction with eyes like lightning. Dongwang, Demon Empress. Meng Wu Ye's joyous words sounded from the high platform. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Send them to the bridal chamber. I'm sorry for the late update. After the treatment yesterday, I was in so much pain that I couldn't write. I lay down and was still in pain even when it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I fell asleep in a daze and was woken up by the pain. It was already past midnight. I gritted my teeth and wrote 5,000 words intermittently.